Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Clockwork Cantina, episode 106, also known as the episode where they gave us a fuckload of news for the week. I am one of your hosts, Josh902, and this is the other host of the show.
I'm DT3, and yeah, this is the first week of this year, which also is the last episode of the first month of the year. But it's the first one where we get like actually a bit of news,
Right?
because up until this point it's been pretty quiet. But hey, man,
The,
it's all good.
the gods heard us, man. They heard our prayers. They were like, they want news? All right, I'll give them news. I'll give them breaking news, because a lot of news dropped like right before we started and stuff. It was like,
A lot going
damn.
on, man.
Yeah. But that'll be when we get started here. How we usually start the show is what we've been up to the past week. Daniel, what have you been up to the past week? This week went by fast for me. I know it did for you as well.
Yeah, it did. Definitely did. I'm disappointed with myself because I did not watch as many movies as I've been watching the rest of this month. But there's a good reason for that. I actually started watching Ozark season 3. So instead of watching, however many movies, I watched 10 episodes of Ozark. So I watched the entire season, and holy shit. I still need to watch part 1 of season 4 because I know that's out as well. But man, season 3 was fucking bonkers. And I know that season 3 came out like 2 years ago and I'm late or whatever, but I don't even care, dude. I'm trying to catch up. And it's crazy. Anybody who hasn't seen Ozark, dude, get on it, man. This show is
It's pretty good.
nuts, dude. Yeah.
I think I stopped at season 2, and I haven't seen season 3 yet, so I need to see season 3 as well.
Dude, I just finished it. It's fucking nuts, dude. I'm gonna start season 4 this week probably. It's only 7. They're splitting it up in 2 parts, I guess,
Mm.
because it's the final season. And it's weird because the first part is only 7 episodes, so it makes me wonder how many the second part's gonna be. But anyway, I'll definitely start that here soon, and then I want to watch other things. Like I want to catch up on some other shows that much like Ozark, I'm kind of like a couple seasons behind, so I need to do some catching up there. But other than that, that's it for. Well, I mean, not really the TV watching. I did watch obviously the 5th episode of the Book of Boba, which holy crap, can't wait to talk about
Mm-hmm.
that. Can't wait to talk about that when we get to that. Um, what else? What else did I watch? Oh, I watched the first 3 episodes of The Legend of Vox Machina, which is the Critical Role D&D animated show. I watched The Peacemaker's 5th episode as well, which dang, that cliffhanger at the end. Whew, if you've seen it, you know what I mean. Uh, very intriguing to see where they go with that. And then I played some games. I obviously been Josh and I started our run of Dying Light, so
Yes.
we'll be continuing that tomorrow, I believe.
Yes.
So stay tuned for that. That's been fun.
That's on both our channels because I'm actually streaming again. So
Yeah,
check those
yeah.
out.
Josh streaming that. I'm streaming that. You can come watch us both stream it. I tried out Star Sand on stream, and it's cool. It's like a survival game, open world survival type dealio. It's pretty cool, but I think it's kind of like basic right now. They need to add more to it. I feel because I think it is an early access, so it's a good start. I think it's a good foundation, but they just got to build up on it, and hopefully they will. And then Maneater, I had already tried. I already played that off stream, but I played it on stream a little bit as well. And that game's cool. You're just a shark. You eat people. That sort of thing. Just a fun game. Um, what else? I watched Scream 2, which I did because I want to watch some of the older Scream movies before the new one, which is already out, I think. But I gotta watch Scream 3 and 4, and then the new one. So that'll be cool. I watched The Swordsman with uh with Josh as well, and that was a
Yeah.
fun like martial arts um action movie, if you're into that. And then I've been playing Sea of Thieves a little bit more. I wanna continue to play that a bit more because they have like a season thing. Like a lot of games have like season passes now or whatever. I don't. I guess that's the word to describe. I mean, a lot of games have like those, play the game and you unlock progress for the thing.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So, Sea of Thieves has one of those. So I've been playing more of that because of some friends have been playing that as well recently. And it's just fun. That's one of those games that like I wish I would play more, but like I don't ever play that game solo because it's just boring by myself. It's more fun to play with others. But anyway, I want to play more of that. And then NFL playoffs, baby. We're going to the Super Bowl. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da,
Yeah.
da-da-da. Rams, baby. Let's go. We're going to the Super Bowl. Fucking my Lakers are playing like shit in basketball, so I gotta go to another sport to fucking find one of my other team's success. And here we are. That's the beauty of liking multiple sports, is that you can always rotate between teams and be like, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's Rams, baby. We're going all the way. We're taking it. Let's go.
It's gonna be an awesome. I can't wait. It's gonna be great. It's Rams and Bengals. Like the Bengals haven't been since like what was it, 1988 or some shit. They were
I dude,
saying,
I don't even know when the last time they've been to the fucking Super Bowl is, man. Like they gotta be one of the teams that hasn't been
and it's
in a
crazy
while.
because they've just started rebuilding like a couple of years ago, and
Yeah,
now
man,
they're
Joe
going to the
Burrow,
big
dude.
show. So that worked out for them. Um,
I I saw a tweet somewhere on Twitter. I don't know who to credit properly for this, but I saw it on Twitter. They're like, Joe Burrow is what people wanted, is what the media and everybody wanted Baker Mayfield to be.
mm,
He's good, man. That's they got some solid pieces over there.
yeah, but you guys also got somebody, Mr. Matthew Stafford,
Matt
who has been in
Stafford,
the
baby.
NFL for a long time and is finally getting to go to the Super Bowl. So he might. This might be his. This would be his. You know.
Yeah, man. I like our team this year, man. We got a lot of good pieces and players and everything, man. So I'm excited, dude.
Oh
Very
yeah,
excited. With Odell on the team, and then like Cooper Cup, man. Oh my God, that dude is just
bro.
balling
So
out, dude.
we were in Discord last night, and the game was on, and we were all watching it. Right, I had it on, you had it on, we all had the game on, and I think I told you. Look, I got my booster shot, which is in the things I've been up to the past week. I got my booster finally because I haven't been anywhere in like weeks, and it's whooping my ass a bit, which has been like me. Just I've just been sleepy, so I'm laying down. I got the game on. I doze off, and all of a sudden I hear Daniel screaming because something has happened on the football game, and I woke up and I'm like, huh, what? I think there was an interception or something that somebody caught.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
There's an interception. It was
I was
like
like,
it
oh.
was like towards the end of the game, and like the 49ers were like, Jimmy G and everybody was setting up and whatnot for their play. Then he throws it, and I think it got you know bumped or whatever, the ball, and
Tipped.
then like one of our, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for, tipped. Jesus, like I sometimes, I
That's
swear
okay.
I know these words, but sometimes they blank out. Yeah, so he got tipped, and then one of our guys got it, and it was like, that's it, dude. It's game. We got this, dude. Like that was
Mm-hmm.
it. Which is
Yeah.
crazy because we were down like 17-7 at one point, and like we came back and got the dub, man. It was a beautiful game, dude. In general, though, I know we haven't really been talking about these playoffs,
Yeah.
really, but these playoffs have been nuts, man. Like that Bills and Chiefs game was fucking nuts. You know
The
the
fucking I watched the Bengals and the fucking uh Chiefs, right? And that game was crazy because the fucking Bengals were down like for most of that
dude,
game and they came back and win.
yeah,
The playoffs have been crazy. It's like some of the best
they've been
football I've seen in
great. Yeah,
years.
it's been some of the best, you know, games playoff wise in recent memory for sure, man. Like I feel like every game the past few weeks has been like decided by really close games, man. And
Mm-hmm.
that's fucking awesome, dude. Like
And this is
it's
also
crazy.
why you draft a good kicker, y'all, because a lot of these games have come
I've been
down to the
settled. Yeah.
kickers. Yeah. Um, well, I'm really excited for the Super Bowl. Like, I feel like it's going to be a really fucking good one. Um, especially the way these teams have been playing and stuff. So that's going to be pretty goddamn exciting. Uh, I look forward to. gorging myself on pizza and wings and all that stuff and watching. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's been crazy.
it's
It's good.
hype, man. It's so hype, dude. But anyway,
Um,
that's pretty much what I've been up to. So if you want to go ahead and talk
yeah.
about what you've been up to, man.
So here's what I've been up to. I have played Expeditions Rome a lot. I'm up to what is my fucking playtime here? I got it right nearby. I'm up to almost 40 hours of Expeditions Rome. I'm in the last act, I believe, but I haven't played the last few days. Like I said, I got my booster shot, and it was like 2 days ago I got it, and it's been kicking my butt the last 2 days. So I haven't really been playing much games or doing anything other than being just lazy. Like the only side effects I've had is I'm just tired and kind of achy, but nothing really like this is horrible. Nothing like that. Um. So yep, Expeditions Rome. Been playing that. Peacemaker. I watched episode 1 of Peacemaker because I started watching it and then like my sleep schedule. If you guys have been following the show the last few weeks, my sleep schedule's been fucked. Like Daniel will tell you, it's been fucked. Um, but it's finally gotten kind of straightened out, and I'm trying to let it not get fucked anymore. So I watched an episode of Peacemaker. I need to watch the rest of Peacemaker. The Swordsman. Which Daniel said we watched that. We did watch it. I recommend it if you like action movies and martial arts and sword fighting. Check it out. It's good.
Hmm.
South Korean film. Legend of Vox Machina, 3 episodes, is fucking great. I'm loving it. We watched the Royal Rumble. Not a lot needs to be said about it because to me it was just a big old fart. It was not that good. I'll just be honest with you. It was. It has some moments that are fine, but man, it was really a letdown to me personally. A bit. So we did watch that. And I've been playing a little bit of Pokemon Legends of Arceus, I believe, or however you pronounce it.
Yes.
I think that's how you say it. Um,
Yeah.
I've only played a little bit, but I like the changes that they've made, and it's a good time. But I have again the booster shot kicking the booty, so I haven't really been able to get in a lot of time on it. I would love to, but yeah, that's happening. I also did my taxes, but I didn't put that on the notes because nobody gives a fuck about. The government wants its part, and I guess they're gonna get it because you gotta do your taxes at this time of year. Um, um, and yeah, I've been looking at the Steam sale. I have some stuff in my cart that I'm gonna purchase before it's gone. I have Days Gone. I'm gonna buy it again because I have to. Dragon Age Origins Ultimate Edition. Um, I don't own it anywhere. I have a boxed copy of the original Dragon Age somewhere in this house. But I said, "Fuck it!
Somewhere.
I'll just buy the Ultimate Edition for $7.50 and get the expansion that I never played and all that DLC stuff." So fuck
Yeah.
it. I went fuck it and said do that instead. $7. I don't give a fuck. Um, I have Horizon Zero Dawn, the complete edition, because I need to finish it, and it's on the PS4, and the PS4 is not hooked up. So I'm gonna get it on the PC because I don't mind buying that game again. I'll give them some more money, whatever. And then I have a game called Scrutinized on my list, which is kind of like it looks like a scary survival detective game. So I'm gonna check that out.
Right.
And that's kind of what I've been up to this past week. So if we want to go ahead and
Nice.
roll into the news or anything else you want to talk about, Daniel, feel free.
No, I haven't really been looking at the Steam sale, but I know there's a lot of stuff on sale. I'm just I guess for me, like there isn't really anything right now that I'm like, man, I need that right now, you know. The next big game that I really want to get is probably the new Lego Star Wars.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, the rest of the stuff kind of like, you know, I got a like listen, I have a massive wish list on Steam, right? I got like, you know, some people only have like 10 things on their list, like tops, right?
Fucking not
I, on
me.
the other hand, yeah, not me. I, on the other hand, have like 130 things on my list, right?
I have 150.
I mean,
I have
yeah,
so
that's what I'm
many.
saying. Like, we got a bunch of shit on our
Well, here's
list,
the
man,
thing: a
and
lot
a
of
lot
what
of that
you and I
just
have are the same shit because we kind of have the same taste a little bit in some things.
yeah, there's some stuff on here that's been here for a long time, and there's some stuff like a lot. To be fair though, like a good chunk of it is like stuff that isn't even out yet. Like isn't like it just says coming soon, and it's got
Mm-hmm.
like it doesn't even have like a price yet or a release date or anything. So to be fair, some of it is that, but there's also like a good chunk in here that's just like this just been sitting here and like
Here's the thing, though:
eventually I'll get it.
wish listing is actually a really good thing for people, like for the
Yeah, it is
devs, because it gives
for
them
the
an
games.
idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and like how to market it and stuff like that. So it's good that we use our wish list. You guys should
Yeah,
use your wish list more. Also, it makes it
true.
10 times easier to buy like
That's
my nieces and
that's very
nephews' video
true.
games.
Yeah, I mean, like anybody in general, because if you know they have interest in that game, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's
All right,
something
I'll
that
pick it
they're
up for you.
into. So
I'll give you some
exactly,
money. Let's go. Christmas, birthday, all that stuff.
exactly. But yeah, like Josh said though, yes, it does help out the games and the devs as well. Like whenever they do like those game shows or whatever, they're like, yo, available to wish list now, or like adding it to your wish list helps out because yeah, I mean it does. So definitely, if there's games you're interested in, put them on your wish list because it not only helps out the game itself and the people making it, but it also helps out like people who maybe you want to know what type of games you're into. So there you go. It's a win-win, I think.
Yep, absolutely.
But yeah, with that, I think we can go ahead and get onto the news because we got quite a bit of it, and then after that, our main topic is probably going to go on for a little bit of time too.
Oh
So
yeah, did we even say what it was at the top of the show? We should probably say what our main topic is, huh?
I mean, if you're
Uh,
watching this video or you're listening to this on the various things we're on, you already know what it is. But if you want to hear us say it, then today's episode is going to be our games of I would say of the decade, but it's like our favorite games of the years between
mhm.
1999 to 2009. So that 10-year span. We're gonna do it the way we did it our 2010 to 2020 video, which is like top three. You go three, two, one, and then honorable mentions, and that's how we're gonna do that. But anyway, that'll be for the second half of the show. So we
Yep.
should go ahead and get on over to the
Let's
news.
do it because we have a lot of news to get through here as well,
We
and a
really
lot of
do.
it's exciting.
Really do. All
Really
right.
exciting
So
stuff.
if you want to go ahead and get started, let's talk about the first one.
Let's hit it.
Electronic Arts and Lucasfilm Games announced new Star Wars titles in development from Respawn Entertainment. Not one, not two, but three unique games are on the way from the studio behind Jedi Fallen Order. Shepherding and the next installment of the Star Wars Jedi story is game director Stig Asmussen of Respawn. Peter Hirschman, game director, who has a long accomplished history with Star Wars, leads the development of Respawn Star Wars' first-person shooter, a new studio held by games industry veteran Greg for I'm sorry, man. I apologize sincerely, Greg.
Oh yes, I see it now.
But
I was like, "Where's it at?" Oh yes.
yeah, we'll create the new Star Wars strategy game developed through a production collaboration between Respawn and Bit Reactor. Respawn will produce a new Star Wars strategy game while Bit Reactor leads development on the title. Um, we're excited to continue working with the superbly talented teams at Respawn," said Douglas Riley, VP of Lucasfilm Games. "They have demonstrated excellence in telling epic Star Wars stories along with the best-in-class gameplay across different genres, and we are looking forward to bringing more amazing experiences in the galaxy far, far away." Building on previous successes of our EA relationship, this new collaboration highlights the trust and mutual respect shared between the world-class teams at EA, Respawn, and Lucasfilm Games, said Sean Shoptaw, SVP of Walt Disney Games. Fostered by the expertise and passion with each team, we will create thrilling, original games for diverse audiences across the Star Wars galaxy. Working with Lucasfilm Games on a new FPS in the Star Wars galaxy is a dream come true for me, as this is a story I've always wanted to tell, said Hirschman. Hirschman previously worked as VP development at LucasArts and was executive producer on the original Star Wars Battlefront games. Vince Zampella, Group GM and founder of Respawn, will oversee this new phase of EA's relationship with Lucasfilm, building on Respawn's award-winning history in game development and expertise in telling compelling Star Wars stories. We're huge fans of Star Wars and are thrilled to work with Lucasfilm Games on new titles that we've wanted to make for years, said Zampella. If you want to make great Star Wars games, you should come join us on our journey. So that is the news with that.
Always
The
exciting.
first thing, it's very exciting because I like all three of these new games that we're getting, and I'll tell you why. First of all, we're finally it's finally confirmed that we're getting a sequel to Jedi Fallen Order, which yes, Jedi Fallen Order was an incredible game. It
Yep,
was my
enjoyed the shit out of it.
it was my game of the year for 2019. I love the shit out of that game. It was awesome. Um so yes, happy about that. I want to see where the story of those characters continues. And second of all, I know Josh is going to be excited about this.
Yes, I already know what you're
Star
gonna talk
Wars
about.
strategy game, Bit
Yes.
Reactor. So Josh can talk about that a little bit here, but I want to get to one last thing here that I
Yep, go
find
ahead.
interesting. The last game, Star Wars FPS, this officially means, you know what this means, Josh? This means that Star Wars Battlefront is fucking dead, dude. Like
Yep.
Dice and you know those guys, they're not making a third one. Like that's it, dude. Our next our next FPS Star Wars game is coming from Respawn and those guys. What does make me hopeful, I mean, I do like FPS games in general, but what does make me hopeful about this is that the guy that we have working on it is Peter Hirschman, because he has a history with Star Wars. Because, like I said, he was an executive producer on the OG Battlefront games, so that's
Mm-hmm.
exciting. And another thing that's exciting about this is he says that this is the story that he's been wanting to tell for a long time. So I'm curious what that is going to be, an FPS Star Wars story that has been an idea at least for a long time. I'm about it, dude. I'm excited. But anyway,
Yeah.
Josh, I've talked enough about this. Tell us your
So
feelings on this news.
so here's a few things. Bit Reactor is a new, fairly new company. Like, I think they literally announced who they were like the day before this announcement came out or something like that. And they are made up by former Firaxis devs that worked on fucking XCOM. And that makes me super excited for the whatever the strategy game's gonna be. Um, that was like immediately I was like, wait, Bit Reactor, weren't they in the news yesterday? Isn't that former Firaxis employees that worked on XCOM? And sure enough, it is. So somebody looked at all those XCOM mods for Star Wars parts, armor, guns, the whole spiel, and was like, huh, maybe there's something here we can do. So that's gonna be a thing. Will it be like XCOM? Who knows? We all kind of thought the Marvel thing was going to be like XCOM, and it's not really. It's kind of got the card thing that Firaxis is
Yeah,
doing over there with Midnight Suns. However, still, a Star Wars strategy game after so goddamn long is really exciting. Um,
yeah. It's been a
also,
while. It's been a while.
yeah, yes. Also, I think because this is a lot. This is 3 games. Obviously, gonna be like developed with Respawn, and they got all these different people working on it. I think this means the new and there's been rumors of this, so it's not like I'm saying anything we don't all know. We're probably gonna get Jedi Fallen Order 2 or whatever this year. I honestly suspect that it's probably close to being done, um, or getting there. When I say done, getting there. I suspect we'll get announcements and stuff probably around May the 4th or something like that. If that kind of stuff.
Well,
So
here's the thing, Josh. Before you continue, we're getting a
yeah,
Star Wars celebration this year, so they're
that's
probably gonna
right.
do it at that.
Right,
We're
exactly.
probably gonna be getting a lot of news for a lot of new Star Wars stuff coming up, including the video games at Star Wars Celebration, which is
Mm-hmm.
happening this year. So that's probably when we're gonna get some stuff.
Yes. You are correct. You are correct.
But anyway,
But
you
yeah,
continue.
I know you. I think you are a believer that it'll come this year, right? A new Jedi Fallen Order. Are
Um,
you?
it's been 3 years. Well, it'll be 3 years in November that the first one came out. So I feel like if they had already started making or already working on it like right away after the first one, then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I could see them you know uh, uh releasing this year. I'd be all for it. Hell yeah, dude! Like give me that. I'll be there like fucking day one like I was last time. So
Yeah, I'm in.
yeah,
So that's exciting. Both of those announcements are exciting. The FPS thing is exciting. My brain went, "Are we gonna get Imperial Commando at first?" And then I was like,
man.
maybe that'd be
Oh man.
awesome, but I don't
Oh
know.
man, I would love that.
I would love that, but I don't know if that's what this is gonna be.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know either, but man, that would be fucking awesome if it was.
it would be awesome. It would
You know
be.
what I want? I want a like you said Imperial Commando. If they gave us like a squad game like Republic Commando where you have like four dudes and like that, but like co-op,
Mm-hmm.
like where each one of a like where each one like four people can take control of one of those trooper guys and like you could oh man, that'd be fucking awesome,
That'd
dude.
be
I would
awesome,
love that so
man.
much.
Especially coming from Respawn, which did Titanfall, and people love Titanfall and the shooter, and particularly Titanfall 2 and all that. So,
Yeah, Titanfall 2, which I have played. Story for that was pretty good. So
yeah.
hell yeah.
And the last thing is, this shows a fuckload of faith in Respawn Entertainment. Like, a fuckload of faith. Like,
They
here's 3 games
literally
and they're Star Wars games. Like, go do that.
yeah,
That's crazy.
like they pulled out all the like no, like I said, no more Battlefront from Dice. They're like, all right, if we're gonna be doing Star Wars games here with you guys in the future, EA, all of our faith is with Respawn. Like the rest of you guys get jack shit, but Respawn, you get not only one game, not two, you get 3 games, right? You
Mm,
get 2 new games and you get the continued Jedi Star Wars Jedi series, right? Come on.
yeah. So I'm sure those teams will be growing exponentially. Like, I can only imagine how much
Oh
work
yeah.
goes into making a Star Wars game, let alone making 3
3.
and then having Bit Reactor and all those guys. Like, I can only imagine the insane stuff going on over there. But I'm excited. This is what we want. Throw all the
Yeah.
goddamn Star Wars games at us, okay? Let this
This is what we should
exclusivity
have
shit be
had.
over. Yeah,
This is what we should have had 10 years ago, man.
yeah. So now
Or
we're
like
starting to get it.
at the beginning of the fucking at the this stupid contract that they signed with EA,
Mm-hmm.
like this we should have been had this, man. There never should have been an exclusivity contract in the first place. Like there should have always just been like, you do this game if you want to do that, you do this game if you want to do like come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm glad
Uh,
it's finally happening. I'm excited for that news. Can't wait to hear more.
so with everything we know about now, how many games are in development that are Star Wars titles that we know about? That is, we got
Oh boy. So
we got these 3, right?
we have these 3. We have the open world one from Ubi. We have the Star Wars Eclipse. We have Star Wars Hunters, which isn't out yet, but it's going to be coming out soon this year. Uh Lego Star Wars, I guess, doesn't really count because it's coming out already, right? So maybe no. The only reason why I say it's because it's not out yet. But like of new stuff, new stuff that like has just been announced and we don't even have like a title yet or anything. We actually have we have quite a bit. I'm trying to think
no,
now.
no,
Like, am I missing
that's why I'm
something?
sitting here like, how much? What are we getting? I don't care. I want it all. Bring it all to me. Give it to me. I've been waiting for so long. You
Yeah,
know?
I that is very
Is there an article somewhere that just has a list of all the? Here we go. IGN has an article. Every Star Wars game in development that we know about. Let's have a
so
look.
it's Eclipse, it's the Ubisoft game, it's these 3 new or Jedi Fallen or Star Wars Jedi 2, uh FPS, the 2 games we were talking about, KOTOR remake. What else am I missing, Josh? What does the article say?
The article has Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, which is coming. I still
Yeah.
count it. Um,
Okay. So yeah. So if we're counting that, then we got that. We got some Star Wars Hunters.
Star Wars Hunters. Uh,
Do we
and
count?
then all
Do
the
we
other stuff.
count? Do we count the Old Republic expansions or no? Because if so, then we got Legacy of the Sith this month or
I
next month.
count it. I count anything that's Star Wars right now, to be honest, because
All right,
like,
so Legacy of the Sith, the Old Republic expansion, Hunters, Skywalker Saga, uh, everything else I mentioned earlier. So yeah,
so damn near close to 10 games, or at 10 games roughly if we count everything together. Right there near it. My
it's a
brain don't
lot.
work good at the moment, guys, because I'm
Isn't that crazy, dude? We have all these announcements, and then like within the past like 10 years, we've only had like two Battlefronts,
no, right?
Squadron, Jedi Fallen Order, and like a bunch of mobile games. Like, come on, man, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
All right, exciting times.
indeed, exciting times. Moving on.
Ah,
Uh,
yes.
we have some unseen gameplay from Star Wars 1313, which was a video game that was going to be coming out around the time that Lucasfilm was purchased by Disney. And I was very upset that this game was canceled because it looked fucking awesome. And it was going to be a game about uh, Boba Fett, where you play as Boba Fett and then you go around, doing your thing. It reminds me of like an updated version of Star Wars Bounty Hunter,
Mm-hmm.
which is the game where you play as Jango Fett. And yeah, it upsets me seeing this because I would have wanted to I would have played the shit out of this game.
Just walking through that cantina or whatever area he was going through right there was just so much atmosphere. It felt and looked so cool, and I'm like, oh man, we missed out. And watching this
All the
this
world
running
building,
through
man.
here, even this looks
Yeah,
cool. This chase sequence that's going on, like,
yeah. There's a pretty solid chase scene right here. Like even though the
yeah,
environments and everything is like
it's unfinished,
unfinished
but
and everything, it looks so cool, man. Like I remember being so hyped when this game was announced, and then we just never got it. And it's upsetting, man. Especially when you see stuff like this. That like it would have been nice to have compared this with the finished product, but unfortunately, we never got a finished product for this game. So
right,
it's sad
shit,
because this game looked awesome.
yeah, just be just be Boba Fett and run around getting your bounties like that. That seems like a fun game right there.
Yeah, like I said, it reminds me a lot of like Star Wars Bounty Hunter, the Jango Fett game, and that was a lot of fun too.
That jump right
Um,
there when I first saw that made me like, oh my god. Uh, but yeah, this man, I wish this had actually happened. Watching
I
this stuff
know,
makes me want to
me
play.
too, man. It
Maybe we'll
looks
get
so cool,
something
dude.
similar someday. You know.
I hope so.
Um. Also, I have no idea how they got their hands on this. How would you? I have no idea how you to go about getting your hands on this kind of footage. Of because I don't know if
Yeah,
I've
I
ever seen
mean,
anything like this really. Um, where they show off some of the work in progress stuff. This is the kind of stuff you see behind closed doors at like E3. Like here's what we got, kind of thing.
I'm just like I also just think like with the great like success that the Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett has been now. I'm
Mm.
like, we're bound to get a some kind of Mandalorian game one of these days, right? Like we
Yeah,
got like how like there's got to be somebody working on it. Like come on, man. Like how do we not have like an announcement of like some kind of Mandalorian or bounty hunting game right now? Like what's going on, dude?
yep,
Shit, I'd be fine if they made a game off of like just Din Djarin like pre the Mandalorian show, like just playing through his, him being a bounty hunter, like in his pre, before the days of the show, like for that, I'd be all about
yeah.
it, dude. But anyway, that looks cool, man. I'm looking at that makes me even more sad that we never got 1313. I was already super bummed out when it was canceled and like, the fact that we never got it. But seeing stuff like that is like, man, they really fucking did us dirty by not giving us that game.
Yeah, we missed out.
Sure did. Anyway, we have another piece of Star Wars news. I promise you guys, this is the last piece of Star Wars news for the game news. We have other news, but it's good to just throw all the Star Wars stuff in a row, and
Together.
also that's just the way it happened. So anyway, we have a Legacy of the Sith story teaser for the Star Wars: The Old Republic, which we just mentioned. When we were talking about the upcoming Star Wars game stuff. So here we go. Legacy of the Sith story teaser. It's a minute long. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. Let's do it, eh?
Will tell you that to seek power is to
The boy
embrace
Malgus is
The
back.
Empire will tell you that power is a reward for deception. Dishonorable tyrants, councils of fools. They want you to believe that this war means something. But the friends you save and the enemies you slaughter will achieve nothing. The undeserving, the weak, will still have power. But power belongs to those who are unafraid to take it. Those who are bold enough to openly wield it. This fire will light the way for the strong.
Manan.
And when the galaxy is in flames, power will be yours. If you are willing to burn.
See, this
Do,
is
do, do,
cool and all,
do.
but I miss the days when we had the cinematic trailers.
Yeah, I do miss the cinematic trailers. Those
That's
were
what
dope.
that's what I would have loved to have gotten, a cinematic trailer. But it is what it is. That still looks cool. I know that there's gonna be a few of us playing this next month when or when it comes out. So by next month I mean February. So if you're watching this in February, then this month. But anyway, that looks cool. Can't wait to play it. I'm super looking forward to all the updates coming out for the Old Republic, like the character creator being updated and just everything coming with that. So can't wait to do that. Story wise, I'm behind. I still need to play a lot of the other DLCs. So I mean, personally, I don't know when I'm gonna get to Legacy of the Sith, but I'm just for me, it's just more of an excitement of getting to the other,
Yeah, I gotta
getting
get
to
through
the
what they have
updated
now.
game.
The idea of changing your combat styles and all that stuff is pretty exciting.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, back back on Respawn and EA and all that. This year is gonna mark the 3-year anniversary of Apex Legends, and because of that, they're gonna be giving away Legends in February. So if you hop on to the game during the week of February 8th, which will kick off the 3-year anniversary event, they're gonna have 3 weeks of giveaways. So week one is February 8th to February 15th. Uh, you can feel the speed by permanently unlocking Octane plus 3 thematic packs. In week two, which is from February 15th to February 22nd, you can get charged by permanently unlocking Watson plus 3 thematic packs. And finally, in week three, you can take the skies by permanently unlocking Valkyrie plus 3 thematic packs and 1 legendary pack. Um, so yeah, that's pretty cool. If you don't have everybody unlocked like I do, I don't have everybody unlocked, so this is awesome
Yeah, we
to
love
me.
free shit. Bring
Because
on the
hell
free
yeah,
shit.
dude. Hell yeah. I'm all about it. I think I already have Valkyrie though, which is, whatever, but I'll still take those thematic packs and the legendary pack, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll take that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think I have Octane or Watson, so I'm at least getting those two guys. So that'll be cool. But yeah, I like Apex. It's one that I go back to every once in a while. Um, yeah, it's fun stuff. So that's cool. which also crazy 3-year anniversary of that game. I remember when it first came out.
Me too. My computer was broken at the time. Remember? Because I couldn't play the fucking thing. And my
Yeah.
computer was broken. I don't remember what it was. It was a hard drive or a video card or something. Everybody's playing Apex Legends, and I'm just sitting there watching because I couldn't play anything because my computer was broken. And now look
Damn.
at me. Still haven't played
Look
it.
at
I
you
don't think I've
now.
played a single game of it.
It's fun. I like it. I mean, it's one of the to me it's one of the better battle royales. But I mean, I get it if you're like royale out.
Yeah, I played a lot of
Because
PUBG.
I know you played a shit ton of PUBG. I know sometimes when I shout you out on stream and stuff, it's like those old
That's,
classic
that's,
PUBG
that's
clips,
what all
man.
my clips are. Maybe we'll
Yeah,
get some new ones with Dying Light
yeah. I mean, hopefully. I
playthroughs.
mean, I got one from my playthrough already. Just one so far, but it's a
I
pretty
got
good one.
one with the magic door that happened last stream. Come to our Dying Light streams, guys. They're a lot of fun. Some craziness happens.
All
What
right,
do we
moving
what do we
on
got
from
next?
that. Crisis 4 is coming. Crytek confirms the fourth installment is in early development now, and personally, I haven't played any of the Crisis games,
I
but
have.
I know they came out with the like remastered or whatever,
Hmm.
the remastered trilogy. So maybe I'll play those at some
Dude,
point.
let me tell
Uh,
you, there's nothing better than going around like Iron Man, turning on super strength in your suit, and picking a motherfucker up by his throat and throwing him in the air. Because that's what Crisis is all
damn.
about. Also, I hurt my fucking arm because of my booster shot when I did that. But yeah, uh, the games I feel like they're good stream games just because of all the ridiculous shit that you can make happen. Because you're a fucking super soldier in like the Crisis armor that does all this awesome dope ass shit. Like it's pretty fun. I think you'll enjoy it. You getting to go
Yeah,
around and be Iron Man.
I gotta try it out. But here we go. It's a little 40-second video, Crisis 4 working title announcement. If you want to check that out.
Get that up there for you guys. Also, I always like the music in it too. Coming soon, a new game to run a benchmark on. Cause Crisis would melt your PC back in the day.
Floaty rocks forming into objects.
I don't think I even played the last one. 3?
The number 4. Join the journey. Become the hero. www.crytek.com. So there you go. They announced the fourth game. Like I said, I haven't played any of them, so I will have to check that out at some point. I know the remasters came out.
The
But
thing that sticks
I
in
don't
my
have them
head
yet.
with Crisis is that I remember when the game came out, the original game. And this is
Mhm.
back when you could go to the store and you bought a game and it was a box, and you can still kind of do that, but not nearly as much, right? And the box art
Yeah.
on the back was the main character of Crisis just choking a dude. Like, had him in his grip while he had a machine gun in the other arm. And I was like, oh, that looks dope. Let's play this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Looking forward to Crisis
All right.
4. What's next?
Next, let's talk about Dying Light 2, not Dying 2. I don't know what the hell
No,
that is.
let's not
Dying
die. Let's not die one.
No. Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Dying Light 2's post-launch roadmap reveals 5 years of planned DLC.
God damn, that's a lot.
So the game isn't even out yet, but they have 5 years of future DLC planned. So we got a little bit of an image here. And
Can I make this bigger? Copy that. Nope.
yeah,
Zoom
it
in.
doesn't. Yeah, you
How
got
about
to zoom
that?
in on that one.
It's gonna be a little blurry, guys,
So,
but it's fine.
you got the launch. You got factions-inspired free DLC, series of events mutated infected, set of challenges, another set of challenges 1, set of challenges 2, first story DLC over in June, and then Beyond that, they got 5 years of support, which includes a second story DLC, new weapons, new enemies, new stories, new events, and new free and paid DLCs, and much more. So they got plans for this game. It isn't even out yet, but they got quite a bit planned for this game.
How
It kind of
many?
makes sense the way that the because like Josh and I are currently going through Dying Light 1.
Mm-hmm.
And like I feel like there's so much content for that game as well that I feel like they've been doing stuff for that game for years as well. So
That's
they're
what I
kind
was
of
gonna ask. I was
doing
like,
stuff
how
like
many
that.
years of support did they do on the original Dying Light? Because it feels like it's got a lot, and it's even got an event now that's kind of like
Yeah.
setting up Dying Light 2. They also have a giant poster that hangs off a building
I
that's
was
like, "Buy
I was
Dying
gonna
Light
say
2."
like we were playing the game and literally like Josh looks up and he's like, "Oh, look at that! There's a fucking ad for their own game in this game." And I was like, "What the fuck?
That
Like, who
was
does
so
that?" Like,
funny.
I mean, you can totally. I mean, I guess you totally do that. I just
Hey,
never really
free
like. I just
advertising.
never really. Yeah, I guess I just never really played a game where they're like, "Yo, here's our other game in
It
our
breaks the
game."
shit out of immersion, but
Sure
it was pretty
does,
funny.
you know. But hey, man, it's you do what you want, I guess. But yeah, I feel like they've supported the first one for a long time, so I guess it makes sense that they would do the same for this one, which is cool, because if you're going to be buying this game, you know that it's going to be supported for a long time,
Yes,
a long, long, which is yeah,
cool.
very cool, very cool. Josh and I will eventually be playing this at some point as well,
I heard
but
2 has 4-player co-op.
I mean that'd be nutty, dude.
I don't
If
know
it
if that's
did,
true, but I heard that.
if it
I'm
did,
gonna
that'd
look
be
it up
nutty.
actually.
I
How
I haven't
many
heard of it. I haven't heard of
players
that.
Dying Light 2? You can play 4-player co-op in Dying Light 2, but
Wow.
one person has to be the host.
Okay.
Which, I mean, duh. uh, that's crazy. That's a lot of people running around killing
That
zombies.
is crazy. That's nuts, dude. It's just imagine like four of you guys just parkouring around the whole fucking map. Like that's nuts.
Yeah, pretty cool. I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that until I think I saw it today. Somebody's like, "You play 4-player co-op in Dying Light 2," and I was like, "Say what?"
Mm.
Imagine the drop kicks everywhere.
I know, dude. Like I just want to like tomorrow, dude. I can't wait to drop kick the shit out of some zombies, man. But anyway,
What's next?
if you want to move on to the next thing, let's talk about another battle royale game like we were talking about with Apex, but this one is a failed one because
Rip.
you remember Ubisoft's free to play battle royale called Hyperscape? If
Did
you're
they
one of
try
those
to do
people
it?
that remembers what this was,
Did they do a thing on Twitch for it? I feel like there's a
they
Twitch
did.
thing for
They
it.
did.
Okay.
They gave out like emotes for it and like all this other. They tried hyping it up and everything. So you guys remember Hyperscape, right?
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry to report that the game that was first revealed in the summer of 2020 is going to be shutting down in April. If you're a fan of this game, sorry,
Yeah.
it's shutting down in less than 2 years. But they had their run, I guess, and it's shutting down now. Honestly, I don't know anybody that still plays this game. I know there was as it goes with new games, there's like a huge surge at the beginning. A lot of people play it to try it out and everything, and then it just dies out. And this was one of those games that like I knew there were some people that were playing it, and then it kind of just died out, and I never heard from it again. So yeah, I'm sorry, Hyperscape. I played it a little bit, but it didn't really, vibe with me. So bye. I don't know if you have anything to add on to this, Josh, but I mean that's
Oh no, no. Other than like PUBG happened, right? And then everybody was like, "Battle Royales, let's do it." And the
yeah.
sad part about that is like some of these things were way too late, missed the train, and we moved on to other things, and battle royales kind of went down. I mean, they're still a thing; they still happen. It's just they're not as on the tippy top thing now. Also, if you hear a dog barking, it is baby, and there's a stranger outside.
Baby's like, get the hell on out of here.
Yeah, no, she don't like strangers. But yeah, I some things were kind of like bye, and then
Yeah, I mean it's just trends, dude. You know, PUBG comes out, and then there's like, okay, we're gonna have
Ubi
Fortnite and Apex, and
Ubisoft is really good at hopping on trends and then abandoning things at points.
I mean
And
it's
and
like
then
the same.
telling us like why we're dumb and don't understand things like
I don't understand
NFTs.
NFTs. Yeah,
Suck my dick, bro.
they're good for you. You just don't know. You just don't understand them yet.
Explain it to me then, motherfucker, if you can. Jesus. Obviously, you don't
uh,
understand them either. All right. What's
anyway, yeah. I
next?
mean, I was just gonna say though, it's like trends. You know, like it's as we had fucking Among Us come out, and everybody wants to come out with their own Among Us style game. Like that's just it's just trends, man. Like some of these games are gonna be way too late to the party, and some of
Mhm.
them arrive right when they need to. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, R.I.P. Hyperscape. Less than 2 years. Bye bye. Next up, let's talk about another game delay. This time, we're gonna talk about the Evil Dead, which has been delayed until May. So, Evil Dead the game was originally set to launch in February, but it is now scheduled to be releasing on May 13th. Which, guess what? Wait for it. Guess what May 13th is, everybody? I'll give you a second to guess.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yes?
Mhm.
No? It's a Friday the 13th.
Friday. Yeah.
So Evil Dead the game is releasing on Friday the 13th, May. But over on the official Twitter account, the dev said that this delay gives our team the time they need to get things just right.
And not to compete with all the other shit coming out in February, which
That's
makes
true, yeah.
sense because there's a ton
Yeah,
coming out.
this is honestly a good move for them, I felt.
Yes, it is. It's very smart.
So yeah, it makes a whole lot of
More
sense.
time to fix up bugs and stuff, and then not having to worry about like there's so many games coming out in February, so many games.
Yeah.
So I'm actually kind of glad that it kind of moved back 3 months because in addition to hitting bug fixes, like there'll be people streaming this in 3 months that will be like, there's nothing else to play. Let's play this Evil Dead thing, that kind of
Yeah.
thing. So
Yeah, yeah. You need to have your game sometimes be in spots where there's like, not so much competition, because sometimes your game might get you know a little pushed under the rug there, because not a lot of people are aware of it either coming out, or like they're just too busy playing with other games that are out at the time, so
hmm
that's the thing. And then yeah, I mean, I think this is good. Evil Dead is going to be a 4v1 shooter. Um, it was first revealed on Summer Game Fest 2021, and yeah, apparently this isn't the only new thing that Evil Dead is going to be coming out with either, because uh, there's going to be a new film called Evil Dead Rise that is set to premiere this year on HBO Max as well, which I didn't know that, but that's cool.
hell yeah.
But yeah, that's all we got on Evil Dead the game. Getting delayed, I think it's a good thing. I always say this, but I think delays for the most part are positive things. So I don't really get all like you know cry, like I'm not crying and bitching about games getting delayed. As you guys know, if you watch this show frequently, you know how Josh and I feel about delays. So
Yeah, we're fine with them.
it's all good. I'm fine with it. Yep.
Make shit great. That's what I want. I want greatness. As great as you can get it.
We want games to be good when they release. So take all the time you need. All right. Let's talk about the PlayStation Plus games of the month for February really quickly. Coming to the PS4, we have EA Sports UFC 4 and Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, a Wonderland's one-shot adventure. And then over on the PS5, we have Planet Coaster.
Woo!
So
Woo!
yeah. And remember, you have until today if you want January's months or January's games of the month,
I done grabbed them, and
which
you
is
should
Persona
too.
5 Strikers, Dirt 5, Deep Rock Galactic. But yeah, coming up, I think it's on the 2nd, or no, tomorrow actually. Yeah, tomorrow. So tomorrow, at the time of this recording, we're on the 31st. Tomorrow will be the 1st. And tomorrow is when you can get these new games, and you have until the 28th to pick them up. So there you go. Those are your PlayStation Plus games of the month to pick up. Um. Anyway, moving on. What we got next, Josh?
Next up, we have. Oh yeah, that's right. I put this in here. MLB The Show is coming to Nintendo Switch as well as PS4, PS5, Xbox. It's going to have cross play and cross progression. The biggest reason I put that in here is because I bought the newest, the last MLB The Show. I have it digitally. I was looking for a case to hold up, but I don't have it. It's a digital game. Um, um, but yeah, and look, I don't play a lot of sports games. But if I do play one, it is usually MLB The Show because they make the absolute fucking best baseball game in the history of baseball games. Like it's really fucking good, especially when you make your player and take him through a season. And I mean, he plays the whole career all the way to the end of the goddamn Hall of Fame and all that. Um, but what's interesting about this is that it's coming to the Switch. Um, Years ago, when the show was a thing, it was PlayStation only. And then like recently, they're like, we're on Xbox now. And even now, it's coming to the Switch, and it's all going to have cross progression and cross play. So if you want to, you can stop playing it on the PS5. I don't know why you would do this unless you're going on a trip, and pick up your Switch and play it on there. I guess if you have it on both consoles. So,
There you go.
it's also going to launch day one with Xbox Game Pass. Um, for if you have it on the Xbox consoles, because I don't believe it's on PC. So that's why I threw it in here. I thought it was neat. I like the MLB The Show games, and that's why I threw it in the news. Uh,
Cool.
so yeah, we can move on.
Alrighty. Moving on to the next thing here.
Ah, yes. This was what dropped like
So
literally
this is
moments before we
today's big
started.
news here
Yeah.
is that Sony is buying Bungie for
Money,
$3.6 billion.
please. I need to get a money, please voice clip from Amber.
So that's a
uh,
lot of money.
yes, it is. Um, So I
You want to
didn't look
read it
through
or should I?
either. I didn't look through either of these articles. I just put them in here because I was like, I was doing a billion other things. If you want to read them, go ahead, go for it, buddy.
All right. I will go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and read it. So Bungie has joined Sony Interactive Entertainment. This is over at the Bungie blog over on their website, bungie.net. And they say Bungie joined Sony Interactive Entertainment, SIE. We believe games have limitless potential, and that to do anything worthwhile in entertainment must bet big on our vision, on our studio, and on our incredible team of trusted creators who build unforgettable worlds that truly matter to people. And SIE, we have found a partner who unconditionally supports us along we are, and who wants to accelerate our vision to create generation-spanning entertainment, all while preserving the creative independence that beats in Bungie's heart. Like us, SIE believes that game worlds are only the beginning of what our IPs can become. Together, we share a dream of creating and fostering iconic franchises that unite friends around the world, across families, across generations, and fans across multiple platforms and entertainment mediums. Today begins our journey to become a global multimedia entertainment company. So they talk about their creative freedom and their history of 3 decades and counting. and all that. But if you want to get to go ahead and read all that, I would say you guys go ahead and read that over on their blog.
Yeah, go check it out.
And go check that out for yourself.
What's crazy about this is like Bungie was an Xbox thing, man, for a long time, and then they were like,
they were a
"Hey,
Microsoft thing, yeah.
take our chains off. Let us be free." And then they did, and then they chained themselves to Blizzard Activision for all people, of all people. And then they were like, "Hey, break our chains off. Let us be free." And they were once again, and now. Sony's like, we
Hi,
will pay
Sony.
you $3 billion.
Yeah.
Enjoy this gold crusted chain. Except it's not really a change because they're going to remain independent, is what they've said. And be kind of still doing their own thing. They're just going to be under that Sony umbrella.
Which they also said that the games are not going to be exclusive to PlayStation. They're going to like let them.
Yeah, they're still going to be multi-platforms.
Yeah.
The idea, I guess, is that Sony can give them support if they need it. Like if they need money to make something,
Yeah,
and
they
kinda
got the financial backing now. You know.
the same thing like Xbox. You know how Xbox has been taken in. Like I always bring up In Exile. That In Exile when they did Wasteland 3 and In Exile was like, if we needed help, we could go to Microsoft and be like, we want to do this thing. Could you help us out? And they'll give them money. You know, the same. I imagine that'll be the relationship here, to do things. So I mean, like, the other thing is, every Monday, apparently, we're gonna wake up and there's gonna be some new acquisition by some multi.
Right. I like how they wait till Monday though. It's like, all right, here early in the morning, we're gonna announce some kind of new acquisition or purchase to add on to our, our wide, variety of studios that we can add on to our fucking group here. Like it's so like it's like all right, this week. It's like all right, this week Microsoft, it's your turn. All right, the next week, all right, Sony, you go. It's like our Nintendo. Are you guys gonna buy somebody too, or nah?
It's funny, like I watched this happen live, by the way, as this was happening. I was looking at Twitter and somebody's like, "Uh oh, Sony's stock has halted trading because there's going to be some sort of announcement." So they were trading on stock market and all that. So when you get an acquisition, they pause that, right? So something's going to happen. They have it paused. News, here it is. And the rumor was Sony's buying Electronic Arts, and I was like, I don't buy that. I don't think that's gonna happen. And then like the next thing was like literally like 10 seconds later, it was Bungie has joined Sony in 3.6 billion. So pretty soon, all the big companies are gonna be bought by one of the big three.
They're gonna be owned by somebody, yeah.
And it's just gonna be a sea of indie companies out there.
Yeah.
Because you can't turn down. I couldn't turn down 3.6 billion. I don't know. Most people wouldn't turn down 3.6 billion. Like, that's fucking that's show your dick on stream money. You know, like you know,
Oh,
like you wouldn't care. And I make that joke because Zeke says that shit all the time on his stream. Yeah, for so much money, I'll show my ball on stream, which is like funny, but like. You know what I mean? Like, that is fuck you money. That is so much money that you cannot fathom that money. It's Scrooge McDuck and his vault money. Like, it's nuts. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Who's next? Who's gonna be bought next? I want to know.
Who is next? Who is next, indeed? But speaking of what's next, let's talk about this next thing you got here, Josh.
Yes. Now this I threw in at the end because I thought, oh, this will be curious. We've done these. We did these at like an E3 like 2 years ago or the year ago after that or something. I can't remember. But somebody on Reddit on the gaming, I'll just say which one it is, the Gaming Leaks and Rumors Reddit, put together one of those things that has like, here's Xbox Game Studios, here's everybody that's working under them, and here's what we know about what they're working on, kind of thing. So this is by Crusader3456 on the Gaming Leaks Rumors and Rumors Reddit, and I thought it'd be fun just to go through it really quick. I don't want to spend a ton of time on it, but so first up, you have Xbox Game Studios. 343 Industries is currently working on. So the company devs of 343 Industries is currently working on post-launch content for Halo Infinite and its planned 10-year roadmap. So they have a 10-year roadmap for the future of Halo. They have a small team working on continuous updates to the Halo Master Chief Collection, such as new maps from Halo Online, armors, mods, tools, custom game browsers for each of the games. Halo Infinite is set to have a co-op launch release in its second season, and 4 is released in its third season. Also developing and maintaining the Slipspace engine. According to Windows Central's Jez Corden, there's also a new Halo project distinct from Halo Infinite in development. 343i also filed a trademark for Halo the Endless. Whether this is a DLC campaign for Halo Infinite, a new game, or a book is unknown. The beta build for the new Halo Waypoint had a reference to multiple campaigns, leading people to believe that campaign extensions are likely, especially since Halo Infinite was described as a 10-year life. Certain Infinity is also working on something new for the Halo Infinite that might be a battle royale, according to Jez Corden. Battle royale Halo might be fun. Next up, we have the Coalition, which are the guys that do Gears of War, I believe. They're currently working on mastering the UE5 engine, according to a press release. The press release states that they are working on multiple projects, with one being confirmed to be the next Gears of War. According to rumors heard by Jeff Grubb, he believes the smaller project to be a new IP on a smaller scale, though he does not know what the IP could be. He heard rumors of a Star Wars IP, but was unable to confirm them. Jeff believes the small IP is set to release in 2023 and Gear next after that. So there may be a Star Wars game coming from the Coalition. Possibly. It's a rumor. Don't take it as facts. Next up, we have Compulsion Games. They are working on a single-player third-person action adventure game that is in mid-development. The code name of the game is Project Midnight, and it's a dark fantasy title, according to Jez Corden at Windows Central. They recently moved to a new office and are planning to double their staff. Next, we have Double Fine, having recently released Psychonauts 2. It is unknown exactly what Tim Schafer will do next. There have been rumors of a new rumors of Banjo-Kazooie, but Tim shot them down in an interview with IGN, stating Double Fine makes their own games. They've been working on a project with a new IP since 2018. Next, we have The Initiative. They are currently working on the reboot of Perfect Dark. Jeff Grubb has stated.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, I know you're super into
that. I played the shit out of Perfect Dark on the N64 back in the day. But yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I figured you'd jump in there and say something. Jeff Grubb has stated that he believes this is set to be released in 2023. Square Enix studio Crystal Dynamics is also helping with the development of that title. Next, we have In Exile Entertainment. The studio is working on 2 projects, one in full development, one is in pre-production, and one is in full production. Both are very far out, likely 2024. The game in full production is codenamed Project Cobalt, and is said to be a first-person steampunk RPG by Jez Corden. Fuck, steampunk RPG let's go! I'm in! Mojang. Yeah, I absolutely am. Is it Mojang or Mojang? I can't remember.
I think it's Mojang
Mojang Studio is currently working on the wild update for Minecraft. Extended support for Minecraft Dungeons in 2020. Mojang had rebranded in 2020 and stated that they want to develop new games and experiences in addition to Minecraft across their multiple global offices. They are also working on Minecraft RT, the ray-traced Minecraft. According to Jez Corden, 2 brand new spin-off titles are coming from Mojang, though what they actually are, he did not say. 2.
So, Minecraft Dungeons look pretty cool. It was like that dungeon, Diablo style Minecraft game.
I never got to try it.
Which I haven't played it, but I would definitely be up to trying it at some point. It's kind of cool that they want to do more support for that, and that they are wanting to do more things other than Minecraft, because Minecraft is cool and all, but nice to also want to do other stuff. So I'm very curious to see what they got planned. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Next up, we have Ninja Theory. They are currently working on Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, believed to be launching in 2023, and the smaller scale Project Mara. They also released a next-gen patch for Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice on Xbox Series X and S, and are planning to release a PC update too. Project Mara will be a real-world grounded representation of true mental terror. It will be based
Hmm.
heavily on research, interviews, and first-hand accounts to recreate the horrors of the mind as accurately and as believably as possible. In
Oh damn.
addition, Ninja Theory announced the establishment of a research and development effort dealing with mental health dubbed the Insight Project. The Insight Project builds upon and continues cooperation between Ninja Theory and Paul Fletcher, a University of Cambridge psychiatrist and professor of health neuroscience who had consulted the studio on Hellblade. With the Insight Project, Ninja Theory plans to build smaller games to help people identify and control negative emotions. Oh, that's pretty cool. Next up, we have Obsidian Entertainment. Confirmed in development projects are Grounded, the Honey I Shrunk the Kids survival game, which we've all played here, I believe. Daniel, you've played it. I've played it.
Play a little bit of it. Yeah.
Still in progress. Uh, Avowed, which is the first-person
That
RPG set in Pillars of Eternity.
that game looks cool. I think we've seen
Yeah, it
like a
does.
bit of it here and there, and I'm like, yeah, that looks dope.
I'm super into it because Pillars of Eternity is really cool as well. And Outer Worlds 2. Avowed is believed to be releasing in 2023, and the full release of Grounded in 2022, so this year.
Nice.
Um,
I actually plan on playing the Outer Worlds sometime this year. Maybe even soon. But it's on my list to play. I've heard good things about it. I know Maj is currently playing through it, so I am definitely
yes.
excited to get to play that myself at some point soonish, maybe. But definitely sometime this year.
Mm-hmm. It says, additionally, Josh Sawyer is leading a project codenamed Project Missouri, which has been reported to be Pentiment by Jez Cord. It is said to be a no combat RPG like Disco Elysium, and you act as an investigator in 16th century Europe, uncovering the truth behind a grisly murder. There's also rumors of a Critical
Hmm.
Role RPG, though the post for this has been deleted along with its poster. According to Jez, Obsidian is targeting 7 games in 7 years. So they want to do a game a
One game a
year.
year. Yeah, okay.
That's
Well,
pretty crazy,
good luck to
actually.
them on that one.
Because we know it takes multiple years to make fucking video games. So it's
Yeah.
nutty.
Especially nowadays.
Next up, we have Playground Games, currently developing DLC and ongoing content for Forza Horizon 5 at their main office, and the reboot of Fable at their new office. Fable is also believed to be launching in 2023. So I'm
Hmm.
excited for fucking Fable. I love Fable. You guys don't understand. Um, Next up, we have Rare, currently developing new content for Sea of Thieves, having just released the crossover, the Disney Pirates IP, A Pirate's Life. They're also developing a new IP called Everwild, though not much is
Oh,
known about it other than some cinematic
what's
shots.
that? Have we seen that? Let me. I want to look that up now, but continue reading the
Let's
rest
see.
because I'm just curious about whatever Wild is.
It says it is believed to be released in 2024 after being rebooted, according to
Oh,
Andy Robinson.
okay. I just googled it. We have seen this. Okay,
We've seen this?
okay, okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was at the Xbox showcase in July of 2025.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing with it. They've rebooted it, and it was a mess. It was a mess, and then they rebooted it, and according to Jeff Grubb, it's still a fucking mess. So who knows what's gonna
Well,
happen with that?
good luck with that, I guess.
Um,
All right.
next
Well,
up,
so
next up we have Turn 10, which are currently developing the next gen revision of the Forza Tech engine and the next iteration of Forza Motorsports line of games, which is rumored to be launching in 2022.
this year, okay.
Undead Labs is currently developing State of Decay 3, believed to be launching in 2023. It recently opened a new Orlando, Florida location to support State of Decay 3 and other Xbox Game Studio projects, which also confirmed State of Decay 3 is moving to Unreal
Unreal
5.
5. All right. I haven't played any of those State of Decay games.
I haven't
Have you?
either. No, I've
Hmm.
watched some people play it, and like there's a little jank at first when
I've
they first
heard
come
like
out.
I've heard
I
like
think it'd be
decent things
fun.
about them, but yeah, I haven't played them myself. So
I think it's one of those games that they release, they're a little jank, and then they fix them up. So if
well,
we ever wanted
maybe
to
they
play
should
like
release
2,
some.
now'd be the
Yeah,
time.
maybe they should release some non-jank.
True. True. It's hard to argue with
anyway,
that.
anyway, moving on.
Next up, we have World's Edge. While World's Edge does not develop games internally, they manage external partners who are developing content for the Age of series. They are currently directing development for content in Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition, and Age of Empires 4. They've also stated that they have not forgotten about Age of Mythology. These be
Hey.
Yeah, fucking Age of Mythology was my jam back in the day, bro. I was
Yep,
into it.
yep, yep, yep.
Uh, these games are PC only for now, but they are interested in attempting to solve controller issues to get them on the console in the future. Age of Empires 4 might be in testing on Xbox consoles currently. Next, we have some projects from unknown sources, so keep this as like very grain of salt
Grain
stuff.
of salt. Yep.
So first we have a God, I can't talk. Master Chief Collection like collection for another Xbox IP. Initially rumored by Chapal Nick of Xbox Era Podcast, currently speculated to be Gears of War or Fable, as both franchises are missing entries on PC. Oh my god, if it was Fable, I'd be like Derper, I'd nut.
No. Fucking hell. Boy.
Tom Warren of The Verge may have also teased this as Gears of War. Gears of War would be fine too, but I've never played the Gears games.
I never actually played any of these either. So if they do end up doing that, maybe we can do a co-op run of those games because I
That'd
never
be
really
fun,
played them
right?
either, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read this just because it's in here and it makes me laugh. It says Project Velvet currently being developed by unknown. Nothing is known about this project outside of the code name at this time. Why'd you put it in the list then? That's not gonna get anything out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only thing they know is the name, so they're like, all right, we'll include it anyway, but we don't know shit else about it.
Next,
We have
I'm gonna
another
skip.
project,
Yeah, Project Kalimba.
Kalimba, yeah.
Listed
We
in
got
that
Project
GeForce Now
Velvet
link.
and a Project Kalimba, which we know nothing about. Anyway,
Yeah.
on to the next one.
Next up, we have Shadowrun being developed by unknown. It's rumored by Jeff Grubb. They've only heard rumblings, nothing concrete. It might be Project Vonnegut. A new Shadowrun game would be awesome. And then GoldenEye 007 by Unknown. An achievement list of a remaster or remake of GoldenEye showed up on True Achievements. Nothing else is known at this time.
I'd be down for a GoldenEye remake. That'd be cool, man. I'd play that. I'd get that.
That'd be cool. Next up, we have Xbox Global Publishing. These games are developed by external studios and published by Xbox. We have confirmed projects, which are Contraband by Avalanche Game Studios, which we saw a trailer for in some event. As Dusk Falls by Interior/Night, and Crossfire X by Spiring Multiplayer. So, next up, we have rumored projects. Again, grain of salt. We have Project Dragon by IO Interactive, said to be an MMO light shared world medieval RPG with a 10-year plan.
Wow.
It seems insane to me to plan on something like that for 10 years, you know? Like, that just seems like a lot. Especially MMOs, because MMOs are expensive. Next up, we have Project Shaolin by Brass Lion Entertainment, said to be an anime art style ARPG with the Wu-Tang Clan involved for music. So Daniel will be playing that. If it's real. Next we have Project Indus.
We had talked about that in the past, or like in the most
some of the stuff has come up before.
Sometime recently, that we've been talking about that. So maybe depending on how it is.
Next is Project Indus by Oxide Interactive, said to be a 4X style strategy game, so like Civ. Not much else is known. Project Belfry by Stoic Studios, said to be a side-scroller beat-em-up focused around a bell tower with Princess Mononoke art style. Project Pax Die by Mainframe, said to be a cloud-driven MMO. Mainframe accepted external funding from an investor group, leading Jeff Grubb to believe it is no longer being published by Xbox, but they could still be involved. Killer Instinct by unknown, possibly Bandai Namco, rumored to be in development to some capacity by Shapeshaw Nick. Jez Corden had heard similar rumors and added the Bandai Namco piece. So possible if you're in the Killer Instinct stuff. Next up, we have untitled cloud-driven game by Kojima Productions. Rumored by Jeff Grubb, the latest update has that they signed a letter of intent and hired Kim Swift to help with cloud game production, whatever it is. Projects Sorate? Sorati? I don't know how you say it. By Certain Infinity, rumored by Jeff Grubb on his show. Doesn't really say much about it here. Project Vonnegut, by unknown. Nothing's known about this project. And then like some sort of VR thing. So next we have Bethesda Softworks. We have Alpha Dog game currently a mobile-oriented studio working on Mighty Doom for Android on iOS, and other projects are unknown at this time. Arcane Studios, Lion is currently working on Deathloop for Xbox Series X and S, which is due out in September of 2022. Arcane Austin is currently working on Redfall, set to be released in the summer of 2022. It is a first-person open world 1 through 4 player shooter, kind of like Borderlands. They also maintain the Void engine. New unsourced info from January 2022 can be found here. What is this? Let's have a look-see. Oh, these are all rumors, but yeah, I'm gonna read them just in case. I don't know, they might be fun. It says supposedly launches in October. There will be a 5th playable character not yet announced. James Masters from Buffy the Vampire Slayer would voice the main villain in English. Campaign's around 18 hours long. There would be vampire animals. So those are all just rumors. Who knows if it's true? Granted, it's all shit. Bethesda Game Studios, between their Rockville, Austin, Dallas, and Montreal offices, are currently working on extended content for Fallout 76, Starfield, releasing on November 11, 2022, Elder Scrolls Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Well, that's already out, so that must be a typo in here. Creation Engine 2 and Elder Scrolls 6. id Software currently maintaining development of their id Tech 7 engine, working on a Horde mode for Doom Eternal and an unannounced future project, which could be a Doom, Quake, or new IP. They are also supporting Arcane Austin in development of Redfall. I can already tell you that it's not Doom because I think they're letting Doom rest for a little while.
Which makes sense. Eternal just came out like 2 years ago.
Well, not even that. Yeah, it was like not even that long ago, and they still had DLC like fairly recently. So like, I don't think they're working. They're definitely not working on a sequel.
I'd be up for a new Quake game if that's what they want to do.
Man, I haven't played a Quake game in fucking long ass time.
My favorite one is 2 because I played the shit out of that one back in the day. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Depending on how they do it, I'd be up for a Quake game.
Yep.
Next up's
Machine Games, and they're currently working on the Indiana Jones game for Lucasfilm Games. That's right. We're not only getting Star Wars games, we're getting Indiana Jones.
Which about damn time, dude. Come on now.
Hell yeah. Details about it are unknown at this time frame. It is said to be in early development as rumored to be working on Wolfenstein 3 through Pete Hines implied that it may not happen before Indiana Jones. They are also working on the recent remaster of Quake.
Yeah, we knew about that one as well.
Yeah, that's out there, but they're still working on it. Yeah. Roundhouse Games, currently working on yet to be announced game. The YouTuber has broken down potential rumor that Bethesda Softworks may have a Planet of the Apes game in development. Oh, that'd be cool. And I personally believe if that is true, it could be at this studio. No time frame for a release.
Hey,
Tango
man.
game. Yep.
Just quickly on the Roundhouse Games, Planet of the Apes game could be fun depending on how
that'd be fucking really fun. Yeah.
I don't know the details of this lake, but I like
that's true. That'd be cool.
I like, yeah, if it's true, that would be cool, but it also depends on how they would do it and which Planet of the Apes. Because personally, I prefer the OG Planet of the Apes
I same.
as opposed to the newer movies. The newer movies, I don't really care for that much, to be honest. Like I know that
They're
might be
okay.
blasphemy. That might be blasphemy to some people. I think the second one was the best one, but
The
the other two I
classic
don't really care
ones,
about.
the
But yeah,
classic ones are my favorites.
if you go about it in the classic route, I'd play that. Hell yeah,
I
give
would
me
too.
that.
I absolutely would. Like,
But
I have nostalgia for growing up watching those movies with my dad.
yeah, the first one is still the best one to me. But yeah, I just like I said, if they go about it in that Planet of the Apes, that'd be cool. But I don't know the whole details of this leak. I don't know. It's just some
It's
guy
it's
saying that
it's grain of salt
yeah,
stuff. This one
yeah,
in
it's some
particular.
guy saying there was a leak or whatever, and like whatever.
We're deeply into the rumor stuff at the moment. Um, Tango Gameworks currently working on development of Ghostwire Tokyo, set to release soon this year, 2022. It is a 1 year timed PC and PS5 exclusive. Any other projects are unknown. They have at least 2 other games in development. Tango.
Hmm. Ghostwire Tokyo looks good. That one we've known about for a number of years now as well.
Yep. ZeniMax Online Studios. Hey, who would have guessed it? Elder Scrolls Online. Don't need to read any more than that.
All right.
Next up is a bunch of Activision shit, but I can already tell you it's all Call of Duty, so we can skip over that.
Yeah.
Blizzard is Blizzard shit. We already know all that, and I don't feel like spending time on them at the moment.
I guess that's it.
Um,
Right.
that's pretty much it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else here that really needs to be
Cool. Well, it's a
talked
lot of
about because that was a lot.
stuff that I'm more curious about the stuff we don't know about.
Yep.
So I want to learn more about these projects that have a name, nothing more attached to it. They may not be
Yes.
interesting at the end of the day to me. And once we find out what they are, but the potential of some of these are intriguing.
Yes. We don't
Like I
do those
said though,
often
man.
because they're fucking long. Oh my god,
Yeah.
my throat's killing me.
Like I said though, man, I'd be up for some Planet of the Apes, depending on how they do it, man. That sounds like it could be fun.
Yeah.
But we shall see the way they do it, right? But yeah, we do those like every once in a while whenever there's more
They're fun.
information and
They usually
news as well.
drop. Those usually happen like right before like a conference or like an E3 type of deal, which the Summer Games Fest, those kind of things. Is usually when you get those. So
Yeah.
I think that one happened because of the Microsoft acquisition more than anything of Blizzard
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Actiblizz.
They need to update that with a PlayStation one now that, or with the Sony one now that PlayStation has been
Right.
picking up some of these other, you know, some of these other studios. But anyway,
Let's move on
cool
to
stuff.
the TV news.
I think that's our gaming news for the day, no?
It is. It is. So Daniel, now it's your turn to talk a bunch because my throat's dead. uh,
All right. So TV news. Let's talk about what's coming to Disney Plus this upcoming month of February.
what do we got?
So we have, starting on the 2nd, we have the Chicken Squad. Oh, that sounds like a Majin show. The Chicken Squad season 1. We have the new Air Force One Flying Fortress. We have the Book of Boba Fett Chapter 6, which hell yeah, can't wait.
Mm.
February 4th, we have Never Been Kissed, Torn, Real Black Panther, Snow Dogs. February 9th, we have Alice's Wonderland Bakery, season 1. February 9th, also the season finale of the Book of Boba Fett. And Assembled, the making of Hawkeye. February 11th, we have Russia's Wild Tiger. February 16th, Lost Treasures of Egypt, season 3, and the Assembled, the making of Eternals. February 18th, The Wonderful Winter of Mickey Mouse. February 23rd, Free Guy, Secrets of the Zoo, Tampa, and The Proud Family, Louder and Prouder, episode 1, New Kids on the Block. And finally, on February 25th, Marvel Superhero Adventures, Frostflight, and Way of the Cheetah. So out of all of that, Josh, anything
Just the Book of
Pick what
Boba stuff.
your
Like
fancy.
the rest of that is like, well, maybe the making of Hawkeye. Um,
Yeah, though the Marvel Assembled stuff I do watch because those are fun.
mhm.
And then, but yeah, pretty much for me, yeah, it's just that, and then the last episode of the Book of Boba. Free Guy, I would have been hyped for, but I already watched it. So,
Yeah, we already watched it.
but yeah, other than
uh,
that, though, the rest of that is just kind of like meh.
yeah, I will on occasionally. I went through and watched. There was something on there where they showed off the animal kingdom at Disney and the zoo and like medical stuff behind the scenes there. That was pretty neat, but I don't know if there's anything else on here that I would check out. Ah,
Yeah, that's fair. I'm kind of the same way. I don't really, there isn't really a whole lot. But we can move on from that because guess what? We got our official trailer for the Paramount Plus series show, Halo the series. It dropped during the football playoff games last night. Um, so let's go ahead and check this out. I actually already reacted to this, and so did
so did
Josh. If you want to,
I.
yeah. So if you want to go check out our reactions, you can go watch Josh's on his channel and then mine on my channel.
Yeah.
Because we've both already seen this, but we can actually talk about it here
Make
between
sure
the
to
two of us.
crush that subscribe button with your Halo swords.
Yeah, yeah. Slash that like button with your energy
Yeah.
sword. Anyway,
Let's do this.
3, 2, 1, play. So this does what I hate is the trailer
Ah,
before the trailer
I
thing.
mentioned it in my fucking reaction. Like they did that trailer for the trailer bullshit.
Yeah. And this looks like it's gonna be different from the story of the games. Like it doesn't look
Yeah.
like it's gonna be the same thing. They're going about it in a different way, which is kind of cool, I guess. Because I mean,
It's a fresh story, right? Like
yeah.
it's.
I will say though, I think it looks great.
I think it looks cool. Yeah,
like
I think
the
Chief's
Bard
armor looks good.
looks sick. The energy swords look fucking great. The CG, for the Covenant and everything looks solid. So like looks wise, I think it looks great, man. Like just the way everything appears to be. Like I think it looks good.
Upgradable. And most
Look at
importantly,
that energy swords. Yeah.
controllable.
One thing that I did mention in my reaction is that it's gonna be a little weird to get used to hearing
His voice.
the voice of this dude,
I said the same thing.
because we're just so used to hearing the other guy for 20 years. So it's
We're
gonna be a
used
little
to
weird.
we're used to hearing the chief. That's what I'm gonna call him, because to me he's the chief.
The chief. Yeah, well, yeah. So we're used to hearing the chief, and this guy is the new chief, but he ain't the OG chief, so it's gonna be a little weird.
I'm Cortana.
And then Cortana, I believe, is the same Cortana.
Yes,
They
I
actually
believe so.
did bring her back, so that's cool. But yeah, this looks pretty solid, dude. I want to check this out.
I want to check it out as well.
I also did not realize that it was coming so soon. And by that, I mean March 24th. Like, I mean, it's not like super soon, but like, it's sooner than I thought. Actually, I thought this was gonna be like
I'm gonna need you
end
now.
of the year type thing, But here we are, man. March. I'm here for this, dude. I want to check it out.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Halo, win the war.
I just gotta know if he has one bullet and if it's enough. That's all I need to
Oh
know.
my god, dude. Fucking hell. It's enough.
Is it though? I mean, you can only shoot one person with one bullet. Maybe two if they stand in a line.
I guess the idea is you kill one guy and then you take his gun.
Okay. It's enough. But yeah, the show looks. I thought it looked cool. I definitely want to check it out, even though I'm not like a massive Halo fan. The show looks great. The trailer looks awesome. So,
Yeah, it
I
looks
definitely wanna
solid.
check it out.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, yes, Loki, there was. What's next?
Alrighty, next up, let's talk about how the Cincinnati Bengals and the Los Angeles Rams are set for Super Bowl 56. As you mentioned earlier in the show today, we've been watching a lot of NFL playoffs, and like we usually normally don't talk about like sports and stuff, but it is TV, and both Josh and I love sports, so we occasionally we do bring it up, but I just wanted to bring this up because we had some good playoffs here the past few weeks, and there was some hell of games happened yesterday, where both the Bengals and the Rams defeated their opponents to move on to the superb owl, as they say. So yeah, we had the Bengals beat the Chiefs, and then the Rams beat the 49ers in two great games. And yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited for the Super Bowl. I'm ready for my Rams to get the dub at home, because guess what? The Super Bowl is being hosted out here over in SoFi, which I'm not that far away from. Like, I'm actually really close to SoFi. Um, so yeah, I'm hype. I'm excited. I'm ready for a home team dub. Um, good job to the Bengals for making it this far, because I'll be honest, I didn't think they would make it this far. But hey, man, they've proved plenty of people wrong, and
They're contenders. Yeah,
they ended up
respect.
taking out Patty Mahomes and the Chiefs, man. So good on them, dude. I'm looking
Mahomes.
forward.
I just want to say, Mahomes looked weird in that game after a while. Like he was not throwing like I don't know if
Mm,
he took a hit or what, but he wasn't throwing like he does. He wasn't doing like he normally plays. It was weird when I watched that game. So I don't know if he took a bad hit
interesting.
or what, but he definitely got shook up somewhere during that game. Sorry, football has been amazing the past few weeks, guys. Like
It
really
has,
good.
yeah, yeah.
uh,
It really has been really good the past couple this whole playoff run
mm,
for a lot of these guys has been pretty great. Anyway, yeah, I'm excited for the game. I'm hoping for a good one. Um, yeah, I just
all right,
I'm hyped, dude. I'm ready for
it's
some
gonna be fun.
good stuff going on here. Yes, sir.
If you're good, I'll take this next one if you want, because I think I put it in here. It
Go
says
for it.
the It Takes Two developer Hazelight. I didn't know whether to put this, but it makes sense for it to be here. I think because it's between the two
Yeah,
things. It says It
yeah, it
Takes
works.
Two developer Hazelight Studio teams with the is it DI or DJ? It's DJ2 Entertainment to adapt the game for film and TV. So the article here is on Variety. It says Hazelight Studios has teamed with DJ2 Entertainment to adapt the video game It Takes Two for film and television. Variety has learned exclusively. The game follows the adventure of Cody and May, two humans transformed by magic into living dolls. Trapped in a fantastical world, they must overcome their fractured relationship and a variety of challenges in order to return to normal. And during their journey, they are guided by the love guru Dr. Hakim. Creating the world and story in It Takes Two was so much fun for me and the team, said Hazelight founder and creative director Joseph Fares, since it has a strong narrative with many crazy characters and just as crazy co-op action moments. The potential is huge for a great adaptation to film or television. The game is unique in that it does not have a single player mode, but rather must be played as a co op game with a friend, either in person or online. It has received strong reviews from critics since its release in March of 2021. It has won dozens of industry awards already, with over 3 million copies sold as of October 2021. DJ2 is honored to partner with Josef Oscar and the incredible team at Hazelight Studios on the media adaptation of It Takes Two, said DJ2 CEO and founder Dimitri Johnson. Just like the rest of the gaming world, we fell head over heels in love with Cody, May, Rose, Dr. Hakim, and the imaginative fantasy universe Hazelight have created. I can't wait to bring these characters and this world to life on the big and small screen. At the time of this publishing, no studio network is attached to the project, but sources say it is currently the subject of a multi-party bidding war. Bat Casey and Josh Miller, the writers behind Sonic the Hedgehog and his upcoming sequel, are attached to adapt It Takes Two for the screen. Quoted saying, "The reception of It Takes Two has been absolutely stellar from press and players alike," said Wallenautis, Hazelight Studio manager. "We're excited for the opportunity to expand this beloved IP beyond gaming for both new and returning fans to appreciate. This is the latest video game project that DJ2 has set up in recent years. In addition to the Sonic the Hedgehog films, The company is also behind the Tomb Raider anime series at Netflix and is currently developing a show based on games like Disco Elysium and a film based on Sleeping Dogs. Now, I want this to be a film, and I want it to win an Oscar because that would be fucking hilarious if the guy
Fuck
that
the
said "fuck
Oscars.
the Oscars" had to go up and help accept an Oscar. So
That'd be
let that
funny.
happen. That would be the best. That would be the best. What do you think, Daniel? This is awesome, right? I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about how the acquisition of Bungie by Sony was a thing, and a lot of these game studios and people that are making games are not only making these games just so they are only games. They're like trying to be like multimedia, projects and IPs and shit now, right? So not only do you want your idea for whatever you're doing to be a game, but you also want it to be potentially a movie or a TV show or whatever else,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's just the way things are now, and I'm honestly I'm cool with it, man. As long as you make a good game, and then like the, the story can translate well to other stuff, then fuck it. I mean, why not, right? Like, I see no reason why not to do it. So I'm good with that. I this is also good because I want there to be better video game movies and and TV shows because there hasn't been a strong history of that up until this point. There's been some that have been decent, but for the most part, there isn't really like an unanimous like or one that everybody agrees that is like the best video game movie or anything. So I we need more good stuff in that regard. So um yeah, I definitely um am for this. So I think it's a good thing. But yeah, if that's all we got to say on that, we can move on.
Yes. Sorry. What's next?
Um, the other thing that I have is that we have an official trailer for Disenchantment Part 4.
Okay.
If you want to play that, we can go ahead and play
We sure
that.
can.
3, 2, 1, go. Cool. February 9th. That is very soon.
Yeah.
That is like 2 weeks. That is a week away.
Fun.
So yeah, cool. That is our news though for TV. So we want to go ahead and move on with TV or Jesus, the movie news.
We sure can. Cause I'm gonna need a break soon.
Same. We'll have one after the hear the movies as always.
Yep.
At the end of the newer news. But anyway, let's wrap up this TV news or movie news. New Line is moving forward with a Mortal Kombat sequel. Uh, with Jeremy Slater to write the script. Oh wait, actually pause.
Pause.
Pause. We have some breaking news
Do we?
for the TV news. Yeah, we just finished TV news, but we got some breaking news.
What do we got?
Ross and Marshall Thurber spearhead flagship Dungeons and Dragons TV series for E1.
Oh.
So E1's ambitious plans for Dungeons and Dragons TV universe are starting to take shape with an A-list hire. The indie studio recently closed a deal with Red Notice filmmaker Ross and Marshall Thurber to creatively oversee a flagship live-action television series based on Hasbro's wildly popular fantasy role-playing franchise from Wizards of the Coast. Thurber will write and direct the pilot script as well as executive produce the hour-long project, which has been garnering interest from multiple buyers. Adapting Dungeons and Dragons for television has been a big focus for E1 following the company's acquisition by Hasbro. E1's president of global television, Michael Lombardo, told Deadline in November. We don't want it to just be one show, so we're developing out a multi-pronged approach for television, a number of scripted shows and unscripted, and we hope to be taking this out to the marketplace early next year, he said. The flagship live action series, shepherded by Thurber, is expected to serve as a cornerstone of the TV universe as it continues to expand. Uh, given Netflix's ties with Thurber via the hit Red Notice movie, uh, and with Dungeons and Dragons via the TV series Stranger Things, the streamer is likely to pursue Dungeons and Dragons TV series and related offshoots with other networks and streamers also interested. So yeah, we got a lot of
Cool.
D&D stuff coming soon. And while there is no network or platform or streaming service attached to any of these, they're just saying Deadline is saying here that Netflix might be strongly pursuing them given their relationship with the director here and the fact that they have been a huge part of reintroducing D&D to people with Stranger Things and all that. So
Yep.
yeah,
That's
there you
cool.
go.
I'm looking forward.
There you goes, man. There you goes. All right.
Back
So
to
anyway, we
Mortal
yeah.
Kombat.
Back to Mortal Kombat. Anyway, so yeah, there's gonna be as I was saying, New Line is doing this Mortal Kombat sequel, and yeah, writer of the Marvel Disney Plus series Moon Knight is going to be writing this as well. So Josh, how do you feel about them doing Mortal Kombat 2?
I think it's great because I liked the movie. I don't think it was like amazing. It's not gonna win a fucking Oscar. It's a Mortal Kombat movie with action and stuff. So um, I think they did what they needed to do with it. I think there's obviously a lot of room for improvement.
Mhm.
But yeah, overall I liked it. I think, and I'm a big fan of Mortal Kombat in general. So I look forward to a sequel that hopefully actually has the tournament in it because the movie did not.
Yeah,
The first
right.
one.
Spoiler.
Uh, what do you think? Were you a fan of the movie, the first one? I can't remember.
I mean,
It's been a while.
I thought it was decent. I wasn't like losing
Yeah,
my mind over it or anything. But yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was terrible. I'm like, all right, well,
I
that's all
think it's
right.
just
But
it's like one of those fun action movies. That's kind of a
I
deal.
think they definitely could continue on to it by making a sequel. That's probably that probably will end up being better if they do it right.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah.
Awesome.
Next thing we have is a poster, new poster for the Batman, only in theaters March 4th. But yeah, we got a new poster here, and I think it looks badass. I think it looks pretty fucking badass. I'm so
Yeah, it looks
excited for
cool.
this movie, man. I'm excited
It
for this
looks
movie. Can't wait
cool.
to check
Me
it
too.
out. I think this is a solid poster here. I like the group. I like their cast we got here. Very curious how this is gonna go with this almost 3-hour movie. Ever since they released the main theme on Spotify, I've been bumping the shit out of that because it's so good. But yeah, I think this looks great. So can't wait. Unmask the Truth, only in cinemas March 2022.
Yeah, I'm in.
Very cool. Very cool.
Part of the reason I got the booster shot is I want to see this in theaters. In addition to the fact that everybody should be getting their booster shots, this was
Yeah,
like, if I want to go see Batman, I need to get on this and go get it.
should be getting it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
All right. Next up, Masters of the Universe live action movie has found its new He-Man. So it was originally going to be Noah Centineo, but West Side Stories Kyle Allen will be the new Prince Adam uh since they've kind of been reworking all that nowadays. So the movie is back on track with the new He-Man set to pick up the power sword and bear those uh chiseled muscles, as it says here in this Entertainment Weekly article. uh the long gestating project, which previously starred Centennial or Centennial. I guess it's the same thing I just said, but anyway, uh, will be portraying He-Man and Prince Adam. Officially landed back at Netflix. The live action movie will tell the origin story of the orphaned Adam discovering he's a prince destined to be the savior of a faraway land. He must quickly learn how to harness the power.
Have the power.
Masters of the Universe was set up at Sony Pictures when Centennial was in the role, but following his departure, the Mattel has moved the project over to Netflix. And now the Nee brothers from The Lost City and Band of Robbers will co-direct the movie, which is based on a screenplay they penned with David Callahan, who worked on Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings and Wonder Woman 1984. Producers Todd Black, Jason Blumenthal, and Todd Tish addressed the seemingly endless process to make a movie a reality. We've always been inspired by the fantastical world of Eternia, they said in a joint statement. This movie has been 14 years in the making for us and our partners, and we are so excited to tell an entirely new story for the Masters universe with the Nee brothers and David Callahan from Mattel and Netflix, and share it with the global audience. So yeah, that's I hope they do it well, man. I can kind of I just
I know there's
I
some
just don't know how this
things.
is gonna go, man. Yeah,
Yeah, there's some things with the He-Man thing going on right now.
Yeah, I just don't know the way it's gonna go, but I mean, I always hope for good things, but you never know, man. I still haven't even watched part 2 of the new animated show, Revelations. Like I know they dropped part 1. I saw that pretty early on when that dropped, and then I haven't watched part 2 yet, so I gotta check that out. But yeah, this movie has been in the works for a very long time, and they haven't been able to do it right, man. The way you listen, the way He-Man is not that difficult, man. They need to just He-Man is Star Wars and Lord of the Rings combined, all right? Like that's as long as you do that, you'll be fine, man. Come on.
Agreed.
But anyway, moving on, we have one last thing here in the movie news. We have a trailer. Speaking of Netflix, uh, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Boop. I haven't seen this yet.
Oh, I haven't either, so you guys are gonna get our I guess our live reaction here now.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and do that. 3, 2, 1, play.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
He said hi.
Hell no.
So Harlow is a ghost town.
Harlow.
We have a vision for this place. All it needs is young blood.
You have a vision for that place? Fuck that.
Yeah, my vision for that place would be to get as far away as possible.
Hey guys.
My vision is I'm gonna poke my eyes out because I don't see that.
What are you doing in our house?
Oh hell no.
You really shouldn't be here.
Better get the hell out of here, man. Oh hell no, bro. Fuck that. Oh wow.
Man.
I was not expecting to see that.
This is hard.
Evil Dead and Don't Breathe. Okay.
I'm afraid your old friend's back.
And the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I've been waiting for this night.
Ooh. Oh, they are Halloweening this. I see.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? With the
Yeah, they sure are.
fucking Jamie Lee Curtis's character. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's you that he wants.
I'm not gonna let him kill you. Fear no evil. Fear no evil.
The fuck?
You idiots. Idiot. You
Oh
deserve that.
hell yeah, bro! I'm fine with that because that was funny.
I don't think anybody's gonna
Uh,
feel bad about that one, man.
that
February
looks
18th, dude. That's
that
soon.
looks cool actually. That actually, I didn't know what I was gonna think of this. That looks good. I want to check that out. How about you?
That's like 2 weeks away, man. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out, especially since it's on Netflix. Like, yeah, like it ain't on a streaming service I don't have, so
Yeah,
it's,
that's pretty
uh,
cool.
it makes it a lot easier that it's on something that I do have. So hell yeah.
That looked very neat. Very cool. I'm in.
Yeah, that looks good, man. I definitely
And I'm not
and
even
yeah,
super into horror shit, so.
you're totally right in the fact that they are Halloweening that. Like that is literally
Hmm.
that is literally what they're doing right there. So
Hey, it worked for Jamie Lee Curtis. We'll see it work here,
yeah, yeah,
or
sure
try
did.
to anyway.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out for them over there. But yeah, that looks solid. Uh, and that also marks the end of our movie news and our news for the day. So we're
That
probably
is
gonna
the
take a
news.
quick break here, and then we will be right back, friends, to talk about our games of the year for the years of 1999 to 2009.
Yeah,
So if you guys
boy.
want to see what our games were there, definitely come and check that out. We're gonna be doing that here again after the break. So we'll be back soon, guys.
We'll be right back after this. Hello, everyone. We are back for the second half of the Clockwork Cantina episode 106. Which, goddamn, that's a high number.
So
106.
106 right there. That's tell you what.
Been going all the way. Uh, but yeah, Daniel, if you want to set us up for the second half of the show, please do.
Yes.
Or
So you guys may recall that last year, early last year, we did a games of the decade from the years of 2010 to 2020,
mm-hmm.
and that was fun. So we figured, hey, let's do another one, but this time we're gonna do 2000 or 1999 to 2009, and that's what we're gonna be doing. It's gonna be the exact same thing, but just for this set of years instead of the last set of years. So the way that went was we do Josh has says his three from 3, 2, 1. Then he says his honor, or then he says, or then I go my 3, 2, 1, and then we say our honorable mentions at the end. And we're gonna do that for every year, starting in 1999, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, and finally until the end of 2009. So that's how we're gonna do it. That's how it's gonna go. Again, Josh says his top three, go starting from 3, then going down to 1. Then I do mine, 3, 2, 1, and then we say our honorable mentions for the year, and that's how we're gonna do it. It's cool. It's interesting seeing like what games he was into during a particular
Yeah.
year, and what games I was into a particular year. And also, like I can say that for me, I have some games in here that like I'll have them in the year that they came out in, but I didn't necessarily play
Same.
certain games the year that they came out in.
Same.
Or but that's the year that they were released, so I have them in that year, you know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
we'll get into more details on that as we
I do
as
want
we
to
start
add
doing our stuff.
that
Yeah.
as I was adding games to my list, I tried to make sure that I had the U.S. release dates because there are some things that I played that had
Oh
Japanese
yeah,
release dates.
yeah,
So if
same.
something's jumbled up or in the
Yeah.
wrong year, odds are I just grabbed it and got the wrong date by accident. So if somebody's out there with an encyclopedic mind of when this game came out in the U.S., I apologize if I missed something somewhere along the way because that can happen. Um,
Yeah.
because there were some things I was looking at and I was like, wait, this says Japanese release date. um, but yes, Daniel, continue. Is there anything else that you want to add on there? I just wanted to throw that little
No,
tidbit in.
I mean that's pretty much gonna be it. If you want to know how we did the one, how it kind of goes, go check out our other video first. The 2010 to 2021, because that's how we're gonna be doing it. So it's kind of like that. Um, but uh, but yeah, definitely go see what's up with that. That's how we're gonna do it. So we're gonna go ahead and just
Yeah.
get started here because these usually kind of go on for a while. So let's get started. Josh, like I said, you're gonna go start us off first, like you
Okay,
did
I'll
last
go
time.
first.
So we're transporting you back to a time, back to the year of 1999. So uh think of the time, think of Y2K. No, I'm kidding. Think of think of the Phantom Menace and the Matrix and whatever the hell you want to think about that came out that year. Whatever makes you feel good about 1999 or whatever. That's where we're going. That's where we're transporting you back into, because that's where we're starting off our list here today. So
Yes.
the year, like I said, is 1999, and we had some solid games that came out that year. So we each have our list. Like I said, Josh is gonna go first. He's gonna say his top three, then I'll go my top three. And
All right, let's
Josh,
do this.
start us off, my friend. What was your top
So,
three games of the year for 1999?
so all of these top three at the very least, I played the year they came out, whether you believe it or not. Because in 1999, I was 9 years old and probably shouldn't have been playing some of these. That would seem like too complicated for a young boy to be playing, but I played them anyway.
Let
At my
the
third,
boy play. Anyway,
let
go
the
ahead.
boy play. At number three, I
Number
have
three.
Super Smash Bros. Uh,
Hey.
Nintendo 64, getting it and playing with my sisters of all people and my dad of all people, like play Smash Brothers with me. Um, and just sitting there and playing and not being able to fucking dude, listen. So 9 years old, this was a long time ago. So like my brain will be
1999
like,
was a long time ago.
I'm pretty sure that you fight the giant hand in the original Super Smash Bros. And getting my ass kicked by it and having to get my dad to come in there and try to beat that fucking giant gloved hand. So like,
That's
uh,
cool, man.
but yes, Super Smash Bros. Is my number three. Um, and honestly, it was like my only Smash Bros. For a fucking long time. um, but yeah, I had to put it in here because like I have fond memories, man, of playing that with my family.
Yeah.
Um, Number two is the phenomenon that was known as Roller Coaster Tycoon. Um,
Oh.
my old man had this game, and I played the shit out of it, running theme parks, destroying bathrooms, so like the people couldn't go potty because you're 9 years old, and that's really funny to you. Um, and just running your own theme park, and that was a lot of fun. And my number one was a good old Command and Conquer Tiberian
Yeah.
Sun. I will play that game to this day if there was like a fucking patch that make it run on modern systems, which I think there is one out there. I played that game so much over the years. It and its expansion pack, that dude, it was crazy how much I played Command and Conquer over the years. Um,
Nice.
and I think that's why I put it at number one. Is like Tiberian Sun for me personally. This is my personal list, obviously, so not everybody's list is the same. So don't come at me. But like for
Yeah.
me, Tiberian Sun was just like it stuck with me so goddamn long. So that's why it's at my number one. Like I just absolutely adored that game. Still do to this day. I adore the Command and Conquer games. So how about you, Daniel? What are your three from
So
1999?
My top 3 for the year 1999. I have at number 3 Donkey Kong 64.
Oh
Because I used to
yeah.
play the shit out of some Donkey Kong 64. I remember playing that game all the damn time. It was it was nuts. I don't think I ever beat it because I was just I was younger and I was like I don't I didn't beat a lot of games. I just played them because you had them there. But played that. Um, so that's my number 3. I remember, yeah, I remember the yellow ass cartridge, for the N64 and everything, and it was, I these were the days where I played a lot of N64 games. So you guys are gonna see that a lot of stuff on my list here is gonna be N64 shit. But yeah, I remember that yellow ass cartridge with DK in the front, fucking DK64. Yeah, it
I
was
also had that
good
game. It
stuff.
was great.
My number 2 is one that I definitely probably should not have been. Well, no, not definitely, probably. I definitely should not have been playing at the time, but I did anyway, and it was called Grand Theft Auto 2. I did play Grand Theft Auto 2 forever ago. That game is nuts, dude. There was this guy. There, let's call him Redshirt, because back in these days, Grand Theft Auto was not the games that it is nowadays. It was top down, kind of like you're had like an overhead view of everything, and there's this like red shirt dude that would come over you and pressure you, like he'd be like, give me your wallet, give me your wallet, and he'd like just hassle your ass about that shit. And yeah, that's what I always remember. And it was just definitely a different type of Grand Theft Auto game. It was just, again, way before the way GTA games are now, and it was just one that I had at the time that I used to play a lot. And it was just, yeah, something I shouldn't have been playing back then. But hey, man, it's all good, dude. It was fun. So yeah, that's my number 2, and my number 1. My game of the year for the year of 1999 is Super Smash Bros. I played
Hey,
the shit out of Super Smash Bros. I had like cousins and stuff. We would all play this game, and just it was the best time, man. Like, just playing Smash Bros on the N64. So I had hell of a time playing those games. But yeah, those are my top 3, which
hell yeah, man.
two Nintendo, one PlayStation, because I played DK and Smash Bros on the N64, and then GTA 2. I didn't play. No, I did. I don't think I played on a PS1, but I played on a PS2. So even though it was a PS1 game, I didn't play it till I had a PS2 later. So anyway,
You know what's funny? As we're sitting here and going through our lists and things, I'm just sitting here thinking like I was a PC gamer from like moment of birth, because the very first technology that I really got introduced to, other than like the NES and stuff, was my dad had a computer and he liked video games on the computer. So like my whole list is like, I mean, I have some console stuff in here, but a lot of it
yeah,
is like computer shit that we played at like the time because dad was a gamer.
yeah.
It's so I've
So
talked
so
about it
so
my old
that's
man in Discord before about how he's like the guy that got me into games and stuff.
yeah, that's what's gonna be interesting about the difference between your list and my list, because I'm gonna have a lot of console games on mine, because I used to be more of a console gamer back then as opposed to a PC gamer. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it's definitely
Anyway,
interesting.
but yeah, it's just. But yeah,
This little
those are
thing
our
I've
games.
noticed.
That's our top 3 for 1999. So Josh, what are some of your honorable mentions for the year of
So,
1999?
so I looked at my old games of the decade list, and I
Yeah.
realized that I did top tens for some fucking reason, like an idiot. So I did way
Hmm.
more work than I should have. And then for some reason, I was like, I'm gonna do top tens again, like an
I mean,
idiot. So
hey,
all
fuck
my
it.
honorable mentions are top tens, really.
Yeah.
Uh, Although for some, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on them, and they're not in any particular order either. They're just in here at this point. The only ones that are ordered are like my first three.
Yeah.
Um, but I have Siphon Filter. You guys know that I've praised Siphon Filter every chance I get. I wanted a remake so bad and was so disappointed when I read that the dudes over there that make Sci-Fi
Oh,
Filter were like, we don't know what to do. We
when we
don't know
had
what
that
to do with
report
this
a few
IP.
weeks back.
Yeah, I was so disappointed. I was like, you son of a bitch. Um, Next, I have Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Rogue Spear is on here because I remember playing it with my dad, like watching my dad or playing with my dad. I don't remember. It's been a long time, you know. He puts you out there on his lap and lets you play, kind of thing. Um, Next up, I have Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, which is like if I didn't play it a whole lot because I was 9 years old, man. I was playing fucking zombie games at 9 years old. However, as I've repeated multiple times in this show, I have a dad. And my dad played Resident Evil 3 Nemesis back in the day. Which seems so weird to think about now that he played this game um, and stuff. So he played it a little bit and I watched and I think I tried to mess around with it a little bit. Next up, I have SWAT 3 Close Quarters Battle. The SWAT games were fun back in the day. I played a lot of those. Harvest Moon 64. Stardew before Stardew, bro. Running my own farm and milking the cow and stuff like that. Harvest Moon was on there. Alien versus Predators on my honorable mentions. The original one.
Oh, the OG
That was a
one,
lot of
yeah.
fun. Yeah, the OG. And then at the very last honorable mention I have is Pokemon Snap is on here. Which I think was 99. I may have looked at the Japanese date. Let me look really quick. It says 99 on here. So yeah, those are my honorable mentions. Daniel, what are your honorable mentions?
So my honorable mentions for the year of 1999 are Pokemon Snap, the OG,
Mm-hmm.
Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings, which I didn't play till later, and then Mario Party, Ape Escape, Army Men 3D, Medal of Honor, Star Wars X-Wing Alliance, and last but not least, South Park Rally.
Oh,
So
damn.
those are my honorable mentions for 1999.
Hell yeah. Do you want to start us off for the year 2000, my friend?
Sure, I'll
So you
start
want
us
to
off.
swap
So
back and forth?
yeah. So for the year 2000, my top three, starting with number 3, is Spider-Man. Yes, there was a Spider-Man game that came out in 2000, and this is before the Sam Raimi movies, and it was, before the current Insomniac one, obviously, because it was 20 years ago or 22 years ago now. But it was a really cool Spider-Man game that I played on the PS2, but it was a PS1 game, and it was fucking cool, man. It was like, I believe, based off of the I want to say the animated series, but I don't really remember exactly. But anyway, it was developed by Neversoft and Activision using the Tony Hawk Pro Skater game engine, and yeah, it had like Doc Ock in it, and Carnage and Scorpion, Rhino, Venom, Mysterio, and it had narration from like Stan Lee and stuff. It was pretty cool, man. It was dope back in the day, you know. So yeah, I enjoyed that game. It was good. I remember playing it a lot back in the day. And then yeah. So that was my number 3 game for 2000. My number 2 game of the year 2000 is Pokemon Stadium. I played the shit out of Pokemon Stadium. Um this is another one of those games where like I really enjoyed just playing it, having your Pokemon, having them battle other the gyms and the trainers and all that. And the big thing was, I'd have people to play with, like cousins and stuff and family and everything. So I we would play the mini games so much, so much, like like a lot. And originally, this game was released in Japan in 1999, but I don't live in Japan, and we didn't get this till the year 2000. So that's why it's here for me in 2000. So if you're wondering, like, oh, yeah, this game came out before 2000, I'm not in Japan, all right. I'm using I'm in North America, all right.
We're
I'm in
using
the
freedom time.
I'm in the United States of America,
United
and
States are free.
this is when we got the game. It was in February 29th of the year 2000, and I remember, like I said, I remember playing this game uh, a whole hell of a lot, and yeah, it was just good times, man. It's some of the best fun I've had in a Pokemon game was in Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2. So those are good stuff. That's why that one is my number 2 game of the year for the year 2000, and my number 1. This is my game of the year for the year of 2000. I played this game so much, and that game is called Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Uh, God damn, I played the shit out of that game. I played that so much. Um, and yeah, I just I enjoyed that game so much. It was I can tell you like how many I stuff like this. Like I was making my list to these games. Also, I guess I realized that I kind of put this game in the wrong spot because I guess it came out in '99. You know, because Phantom Menace came out in '99. So maybe this year shouldn't even be in. This shouldn't even be my game of the year for 2000. It should be my game of the year for '99. So I kind of messed up on that already. Sorry,
That
but
happens.
but but I played the shit out of this game, and it makes me wonder. It makes me wish that there was a way to track how many hours I spent on a
Yeah, I was
game
gonna
back in
say
the
you
day.
probably played it a shitload ton in 2000 too, buddy.
Yeah, I know. So I guess it kind of makes sense to me having it here. But anyway, I wish there was a way that I could track how many hours I spent on a game. Like, you know, nowadays you just look on
Mhm.
Steam or you look at, you know, whatever, and it tells you how many hours you spent on a game. Back then though, like if I could like just if there was a way to track how you know the number of hours that I spent on a game, like that would be so fascinating. Just so that you and I could know, you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, I would yeah, I would I would love to find out about that. But anyway, um yeah, I so that's my game of the year for uh for 2000, even though I guess it's technically a 99 game, which I fucked up on that, so my bad. But hey,
Hey,
I probably played a shit ton in 2000 like Josh said as well. So anyway.
you have nothing to say my bad about because by God, I got confused on some goddamn dates and I had to be like, where's this at again? Because I honestly trying to. First of all, we're going from 99 to 2009, right? We're looking at all
Yeah.
the games that came out that year. We're trying to double check years. It is not a big deal if you get one wrong, like a date mixed up. That's a lot of shit we looked at. So, hey man, it's
Mm.
fun. You did not do anything fucked up or wrong. Yeah, totally cool. Because I'm sure I probably have some in here that somebody's gonna be like, "That's not right. That's the wrong date." I don't give a fuck. Um, uh, so yeah, I guess it's my turn now. For the year 2000, I have at my number 3, Pokemon Gold and Silver. Um,
Hey.
we did not have Game Boys, but let me tell you something. Blockbuster used to be a thing where you could go and rent shit. And you know what they had that you could rent? You could rent a Game Boy Color from them. Um, which is what we did. We rented Game Boy Colors. We rented Pokemon because I had sisters, and back in these days, my sisters actually played video games instead of being worthless and useless people in real life. Um, but yes, we played Pokemon Gold and Silver, and I still think about it to this day. My parents go, my mom specifically would be the one to take because my dad's kind of like a homebody. Would take us to Blockbuster and we'd be like, we want to play Pokemon. Can you rent us Game Boys? And we rented Game Boys and we played Pokemon. And I don't know. It's just such fond memories of being a kid and going to Blockbuster and bonding with the parent that took you and to get this stuff that you wanted to play and they made it possible. Like it makes you appreciate having parents and somebody that cares about you to do that type of stuff. Um, so I don't know, just stuck in my mind. Like, yeah, that's my number three for those reasons. Um,
Yeah.
Number two started a love affair that continues to this day with me.
Oh.
Uh, with these guys. Um, they even have a game coming out like next month in February. So Shogun Total War. This was where I fell in love with Total War games. This is where a lot of us fell in love with Total War games. And this is also probably started my love of samurai because like
Mm.
and like obsession with like Japan and stuff because like I didn't know any of that shit, other than like a movie that was on maybe. But this let me be the head of the clans in ancient Japan and have samurai and ninjas and the little videos would play when your ninjas were doing an assassination and if they succeeded it'd be an awesome cool kill animation. If they failed horribly, they would fall out of a tree and break their necks and stuff like that. And like I can't tell you the love affair I have with Total War and those guys over there that do it. And Shogun is the game that started all of that. And like I don't even know what drew me. I just remember it being a big red box with a samurai on the front of it. Back because this is back when you went and bought a PC game or any game really. It's in a giant fucking box, right? So like I just remember that, and I was like, Total War Shogun. What's that? And by God, I to this day still love it. Number one is another game that appeared on the previous list. Just a different title. Um, Command and Conquer Red Alert 2.
There you go.
Dude, I loved Command and Conquer growing up since like I was 5 years old, like when that original Command and Conquer game came out. And I remember even as a 5 year old or 5 or 6 years old, I remember my dad playing it. I remember sitting there watching. I remember sitting there and watching when Kane comes in and shoots Seth in the back of the head in that FMV video for being a traitor and trying to get you to attack the Pentagon like some crazy fool, right? Well, in Red Alert 2, the opening mission is you attack the goddamn Pentagon if you start the Russian campaign. Um, uh, Command and Conquer Red Alert and Command and Conquer, it just has such a history. And like even though like nowadays it's a little bit defunct, but I hope it kind of comes back. Red Alert 2 was just perfect. The perfect amount of cheesiness in the full motion videos, of cool characters, and just a crazy story of the Russians. It's Red Dawn, the video game, basically. And once again, playing like skirmish multiplayer with my dad, because by this point, I had one of his old PCs, I think. My dad used to, when he would get tax refunds, he'd get a new PC and I would get the hand me down, right? So like by this point I had my own PC. And we would play 2-player skirmish and stuff like that. It's just such fond memories of those games and growing up and playing them. So that is why Red Alert 2 is absolutely my number one.
Nice.
Daniel, you got some honorable mentions for us?
I do. I have a few, not many for this year, but I have a few. I have The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, Perfect Dark, and Time Splitters. Those are
Awesome.
my three honorable mentions. Yeah, because like I said, I played the shit out of Perfect Dark back in the day as well. And then, I mean, of course, Majora's Mask. I mean, come on. That's, classic. Classic for those days.
All right.
What do you got there?
My honorable mentions are The Sims. Because I mean, everybody played The Sims in my household. I mean, fucking my mom played The Sims. Next up, I have a game that I don't know if anybody knows this game but me. Because but I remember playing the shit out of it. It is called Kessen or Keshin. It was kind of like a feudal Japan, almost a little bit like it made me think of Dynasty Warriors a little bit. It may have been like the thing that led me into Dynasty Warriors a bit. And the only reason I like most of the stuff I'm just gonna read off. Um, but this one I wanted to talk about for just a second because it was like I remember playing this and it being cool and always wanting like a sequel to it. Um, Next up we have Crazy Taxi. Because remember the Crazy
Oh, I
Taxi?
remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. There was at some point during my childhood that I had a fucking Dreamcast. And I don't know whatever happened to it. Um, I don't know if we got rid of it or what, but I had a Dreamcast at one point. Next up, as honorable mention, I have Soldier of Fortune, which I should not have been playing at all. It was, I don't know, have you ever played any of the Soldier of Fortune games, Daniel?
I don't think so.
So, these games were gory, and like you could blow off limbs and shit, and with like bloody messes. And I was like, I should not have been playing this, but I adored it. I loved it because I was young, and that stuff appealed. Violence appeals to me.
Violence and gore.
I woke up and chose violence that day. And then I have the Spider-Man game on here as well because I also played it. I believe I start 2001, correct? Because I went 99, then you went 2000, so I start 2001. I'm sitting here looking at my list. I'm like, it's amazing how many games are on my list are things my dad played,
Yeah.
and got me into. So at number 3, I have a game that started a franchise that has since ended, but still invented the word bullet time, or pretty close to it in video games. Max Payne. Max Payne, the original Max Payne, was a dark, fucking noir shooter game. You are Max Payne, and he's got a wife and a kid, and they're both like a baby, not like a kid, like a baby, that are both horribly murdered at the start of the game by a bunch of drug addicts when you come home. So if you've never played the Max Payne games, that's not a spoiler because that's the opening act of the goddamn game. And Max just goes down a rabbit hole of alcoholism and painkillers till he can figure out what happened and set all this up. So loved Max Payne, except for those terrible dream sequences where you had to follow this little red spider web line, and if you fell off the game, you died like immediately, which were really bad. Number 2, I'm pretty sure is on Daniel's list. I have Conker's Bad Fur Day on here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I play. Oh man, just go ahead. I'll talk about.
No, bro, I played a fuckload of Conker's Bad Fur Day back in the day, fighting the weasels and shit, and like the multiplayer thing, and like the evil teddy bears, and the fucking and you have fucking swords and like, bro, I can't tell you how much time I spent on Conker's Bad Fur Day. It was so much fucking fun, and oh my goodness, I played a ton of it. And my number 1 is a game that started me in a love affair with, like, a bad love affair with this company because it hurt me many times over the years because of who it was run by and what this person would say. But Lionhead Studios Black and White. I played that game so much.
I've heard a lot about this game from you, but I never played it myself.
I played it so much. It's a god game where you're a little floating hand and you fly around and you have a little angel dude that gives advice and a little devil demon guy that kind of looks like Crumb a little bit from fucking Real Monsters.
Oh, sorry. Shout out to Conan.
Shout out. And like you could be a good god or a bad god, and you had a creature that would follow around and kind of do your bidding, and you'd perform miracles to grow stuff. And you had worshippers, and more worshippers you had, the more power and influence you exerted. Man, if you've never played Black and White, I wish there was a way for you to play it, but it's like impossible now. You have to pretty much pirate this game, and I don't even know if it works on modern systems. But I played so much black and white over the years. I miss it. I miss it. I could cry. Is how much I miss this game. And that because it started me down a path of this studio. This is back before I realized. This is back before I followed studios, right? Like I didn't know what Lionhead Studios was. It wasn't until a few years later where I started following like, oh, these guys make this thing. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on them, kind of thing, because you're a kid, don't realize. Um, but yeah, black and white, my number one for 2001. Well, how about you, Daniel? What are your 2001s?
All right. My games of the year for the year of 2001 are as follows. So my number 3 game for 2001, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Played the shit out of that back in the day. Again, just having cousins that had the game, and it just everybody all together beating the shit out of each other with Nintendo characters. So it was always a good time. So I have a lot of fond memories and playtime with that game. Um, so yeah, that's my number 3. And then my number 2 is, as Josh mentioned earlier, Conker's Bad Fur Day. That
Hey,
game was played for me so much.
yeah.
Holy hell, dude. Holy hell did I play that game so much. That is still to this day one of my favorite games. And dude, if Microsoft ever like came out with this game on like PC, I would insta buy it. Like I'd
Mm-hmm.
pre-order it. Like I I love that game, dude.
I
It's
do too.
one of my favorite games of all time. It's so
Absolutely.
fucking good. I had such a fun time with that game, and I got a lot of memories of that one too, man. Like the multiplayer stuff played a lot. So like I played the regular game like a lot, but the multiplayer, oh my dude, from the bootleg, you know, uh what was I thinking of? Fuck them, the Mr. Pink, the Mr. Green, was the fucking Reservoir Dogs or whatever.
Yes.
From the bootleg Reservoir Dogs to the fucking the Ooga Booga shit with the raptors and the cavemen, and then you got the teddies versus the squirrels, and oh dude, what a blast that game was. I definitely
Oh,
played that before I
so
should have as
much.
well.
Yep.
But dude, it was great, man. It was such a great game. A lot of cool references in it as well. Like, obviously you got like the Alien reference and the Matrix and all the other stuff in the story mode. And then, it's just, man, what a what a fun game that was. So shout out to Conker's Bad Fur Day. It's a super solid game. If you're listening, Microsoft and Rare, give me a PC version of this game, and I
Miss our
would
boy Conquer. Bring him back.
and also let me be clear that I would like a OG version. So don't give me Live and Reloaded. Give me the original version. All right. Thank you. Um. Anyway, so that's my number 2 game of the year, and then my number 1 game of the year for the year of 2001 is a game that I love so much because I literally do not know. I don't know how many hours I spent on this game. Like this has to be one of my most played games of all time because I don't know how many hours I have in this. But between the base game and the expansion and the countless number of mods, and I still occasionally play this game every once in a while because there's a mod the modding community for this game still goes strong. My number 1 game of the year for 2001, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, baby. I played the ever living fuck out of this game, and like I said, I still play it every once in a while. Shout out to the modding community. Shout out to Expanding Fronts. Go give those guys some support because they are still working on this game to this day. Go Google Star Wars Expanding Fronts. It is a awesome fan made mod expansion for Galactic Battlegrounds that is so awesome. Go give them all the support. Go look their stuff up because it is an awesome mod. they've added new factions, new characters, and they come out with updates every once in a while. And yeah, go give them a look and a follow and all that good stuff and support them and everything. But anyway, Galactic Battlegrounds, yeah, dude, I remember like I would play this game. Like I remember specifically, like I remember I have a particular thoughts in my mind. Like I back in the day when I was forced to go to church and all that shit, right? You know, as a kid and everything. I
Mm-hmm.
remember playing this game Sunday mornings before church, just fucking playing Galactic Battlegrounds, dude. And like just playing it on the weekends when I didn't have to go to school and playing it like, just to mess around with the scenario editors and like, oh, let me just play a standard game here and let me do things that you couldn't do in the movies, like, have uh the Naboo fight the Empire, or have the Republic fight, whoever they weren't supposed to be fighting because timelines don't match up, like just random stuff like that, like,
That game,
it,
that game may be the first time I knew what a Gundam was because they show one in like the
yeah,
tutorial. Right? Like,
yeah, the tutorial with the Wookiees, man,
mm-hmm.
and then your boy and Lars Prime with Qui-Gon and Atatidic and all those guys, man. That yeah, so yeah, that's 100% my game of the year for 2001, because that is a game that still to this day I will play because of the mods and everything that they've continuing to add to this game. So yeah, I love Galactic Battlegrounds. That seriously, this is if there was a way to count how many hours I spent on this game since its release back in the day, it would be one of the higher amount of hours that I've ever had playing a game. So yeah, Galactic Battlegrounds. I really wish they would do an updated Galactic Battlegrounds with some of the new content of the new movies and shows and everything, because that would be incredible. But
Yes.
anyway, yeah. So that's my top three for 2001. So I believe now is our turn to do some honorable mentions, right? Because you
Yes, I'll do honorable mentions, and we throw back to you for yours, I
all right,
believe. All right,
let's do it.
so obviously I have Star Wars Galactic as my honorable mention as well. Next up I have Red Faction. Uh, get your ass to Maz and lead a revolution, because that's what Red Faction's all about. Um, my dad played once again. My dad comes up a lot in this early list. Um, got this game, and I just remember thinking, oh my god, I have a rocket launcher and I can shoot at my feet and it blows a hole in the ground, and you could literally keep doing that until you dug yourself in a hole that you couldn't get out of. So I remember thinking, this is amazing. And now look at where we are in terms of gaming. Um,
Yeah,
After that, I have the original Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Played the fuck out of that. Killed some Nazis and some ancient occult leaders. Um, After that, I have Alien vs. Predator 2. I loved it. I also played the expansion pack for it later on when it came out as well. Um, then I have Stronghold, which is like a medieval base building type game with a story. And then I put Halo on here, even though we've just recently completed them, but I was like, it probably deserves a spot on the list, right? This is 2001. Halo is a big thing.
yeah.
So it's here. It's an honorable mention. And then I have Kessen 2, which Kessen 1 was on the previous list, or one of them. Yeah, the previous one. And Daniel, this must have been when I had my Dreamcast, because I played Shenmue 2 when it came out.
Oh
Um,
wow, yeah. I never had a Dreamcast.
I don't know
Yeah, no, I
how I
never had a
ended up with
Dreamcast.
one, to be honest with you. If I had one, it's because of my dad. I'll tell you that in them early days, because my mom was not about that shit, but my dad was. What are your honorable mentions, Daniel, for the year
So my honorable
2001?
mentions to the year 2001, I have Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader, Pokemon Stadium 2, uh, Batman Vengeance, Grand Theft Auto 3, Halo Combat Evolved, Luigi's Mansion Time. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, which I didn't play till like a couple years ago, but it came out in 2001, so here it is.
Yep.
And then
I remember you playing it.
Star Wars Episode 1, Jedi Power Battles. That game I played a shit ton as well, but it was kind of frustrating, so that's why it's in honorable mentions. And then Star Wars Starfighter. You remember Star Wars Starfighter? That game was fun. So that's on my honorable mentions. And then I have two more. Final Fantasy X. So I have never really played any Final Fantasy game apart from 14, which is the online one. But back in the day, I don't know how long ago this was, but I remember at one point I was at like my uncle's house or something. And like he let me just like pick a game and play it. And for some fucking reason, I don't know why. I guess the cover of the game just like called to me or something. Because I picked up Final Fantasy 10 and I played like the first, I don't know, 5-10 minutes of that game. And for some reason, I have very nostalgic feelings about a game that I never played. And for that reason, Final Fantasy X is on at least an honorable mention for me. If they ever release this game, if they ever do a remake for it like they did for 7 for PC or whatever, then I will definitely pick it up and play it because I want to see if these nostalgic feelings I have for this game that I hardly ever played are valid. But anyway, uh and then my final honorable mention on here is RuneScape. And I didn't play RuneScape back in '01. I played RuneScape like in '06, '07. Um but it came out in '01. So that's why it's on here. But yeah, I didn't play it till like 2006, 2007 myself. Um so yeah. It's on here, but I didn't play it till 5-6 years after. But anyway, that's my those are my honorable mentions
Cool.
for 2001. Josh, you want to get us started on 2002?
No, because it's your turn to go.
Oh, is it?
It is.
Okay, I'll be honest. I forgot the
I'll be
order.
honest with you. I wrote it down because I knew I would forget.
Well, I forgot too, so I'm glad you did. Let's go. I will start us off then. So, 2002. I have this is kind of a tough one because 2002 is a good year.
Oh my goodness, it is.
This is a good year. I know you. I remember like a couple days ago when you were doing your list, you sent me a message
I sent a message. I was
saying
like, "There's such a good year.
like
There's so much."
so many games came out in 2002. Holy shit, that was your message. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, 2002. This is tough for me because again, there's a lot of good games that came out this year. But again, you have to remember this is our list, so we have to go with games that we really
Mm-hmm.
vibe with and everything. So I will say this: I have a lot of honorable mentions for 2002. All right,
Oh shit.
all right. My number 3 game for 2002 is Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Vice City. What a game. What a game. What a
Mm-hmm.
time. I played that a lot. I played it a lot, but still it wasn't the GTA in that era that it was my favorite or whatever, but still I played that one a lot. It's a great game. I hope that if they do make a GTA 6 or whatever, I hope that you know, I'm much like everyone else, I kind of hope we go back to Vice City because uh I would love to go back there. But anyway, yeah, Vice City, dude. What a game! What a soundtrack! Like I still, anytime I hear Flock of Seagulls, I always reminded
Yep.
of Vice City. And I ran.
Yep. Absolutely.
Anyway, so yeah, just good times, man. That was such a fun game at the time. My number 2 game of the year for 2002 is Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Hell of a game. Again, this isn't my favorite of the series for the Jedi Knight series, but it's up there. And it is really cool to play as Kyle Katarn with a lightsaber and just take out the Reborn and all that good stuff. And anyway, yeah, it was a fun game to continue the story of that. And then My number one game is Star Wars Bounty Hunter. This is the Jango Fett game. Dude, I remember getting this game for Christmas of 2002, I guess. And what a fucking game this was, man. I remember playing the hell out of this. You play as Jango Fett, you take down bounties, and the way that they tied it into episode 2 and everything was so awesome because basically you get the story of how Jango Fett became the first of all, how he found the slave one, and then how he became like the clone template. You know, he kills like Komari Bosa, you know, and then you deal with other bounty hunters like Montross, or the Mandalorian bounty hunters like Montross, and you get to see some of his backstory with Jaster, Mariel, and you know how the that just the pre episode 2 story for Django and all that, and this was really cool, man. How it tied into the open seasons comics and everything, because I love the shit out of those comics back in the day, and it's just yeah, I get so many like good I get so much good nostalgia from that game because man, that was the shit back in the day.
Hell yeah, bud.
So yeah, I those are my top three, and yeah, I got plenty of honorable mentions for you guys here once Josh is next. So
Okay.
Josh, top three, 2002.
Top three is one on my number three is one that you had on your list. It's Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast.
Hey,
Kyle Katarn returns. And man, I played this game so much. And multiple times. This is one of those first games where I played this thing multiple runs through it. Fighting the fucking giant lizard Dasan, the fucking T-Rex of Star Wars. And just I just remember thinking it's so you get to the end and there's an attack on the temple and all that stuff, and fucking Luke shows up at one point. This fucking game was the dopest shit you will ever see and play. I enjoyed this shit out of it. Next up at my number two, I have a game that before we had a bunch of comic book games, we didn't have many. All right, so this is like one of the few that there was, but this is my number two, Freedom Force. If you ever played Freedom Force, look this up, man. Like it was a real-time tactical role-playing game where you guide a team of superheroes as they defend Patriot City from a variety of villains, monsters, and other menaces. The game, I feel like you could play this today and have a lot of fun in it. Episodes were set up and you get new heroes, and they were like issues of a comic book. But you have a character that's obviously meant to be like, here's Captain America, but not. Here's knockoff Human Torch, and he's like a Latino guy named El Diablo. And like here's somebody that's obviously the fucking like if you look at the cover of this, look at giant Iron Man back there in the Iron Man 1 outfit. You know? Like these guys are obviously knockoffs of some Marvel properties, but man, I loved this game. It was a lot of fun. It was again one of those games that I played and beat multiple times over a period of time. So Freedom Force. I would love to play it again today just to see
Force. I never heard of that game.
I think they even had a sequel later, but I never played it. And my number one.
Wait a minute.
Yes, what you have?
I think I've seen
something familiar before. Something hitting you?
I feel like that cover I've seen it before somewhere, but I definitely haven't played it. Anyway, I'm sorry. I googled it real quick, checked out the cover, and I'm like, Freedom Force.
I remember you used to go into like Walmart and you would see it up there for sale, so maybe you saw it on display, man. I remember it being there.
I don't know, dude, but hey, that you know what that reminds me of? That's like some City of Mist shit right there, dude. It feels like a video game or something, man.
Like, here's some of the character names, by the way. We have there's literally a character named Law.
Oh wow.
That she looks like Lady Justice that's blind, and there's a character named Microwave. And then there's
What the
Liberty
fuck?
Lad, and there's Minuteman, and Mentor, and Manbot, and obviously a play on Ant-Man. A dude called
Manbot.
the Bullet. Like some of the names are ridiculous, but Freedom Force was fun, man. Played the shit out of it back in the day.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah. Which, by the way, if you guys are wanting to check this game out, you can get it over at GOG or GOG.com for $5.99.
Yeah, I might get it again, run it, play it again.
There you go.
My number one, I was conflicted here, but I had to put it on here, like just because even though the recent news with Blizzard is bad,
I
Warcraft
know what it
3
is.
Reign of
Yeah.
Chaos was life changing for
Yeah.
me. It made me a Blizzard fan. For so long, I fell in love with that world and those characters with it. It was the first Warcraft game that I played. I know they had more before that, but it was the first one I played. Um, Going through Arthas's storyline and all the awesome characters and the setting and Thrall and Jaina Proudmoore and meeting those characters. I fell in love with Warcraft, and that was the thing that made me fall in love with it. Even though all these years later, the fall from grace is real. 2002, Josh didn't know anything about that. He just loved video games, you know, and still do. So whenever I look at Warcraft 3, I want to go back and play it. I can't help it. Um. So yes, Daniel, your giant list of honorable mentions. Let's hit them.
Honorable mention, starting with number one. Honorable mention number one. For 2002, Warcraft 3: Reign of Chaos. Again, this is another one of those games, man. That, oh my god, it would have made my top 3, but this is just a stacked year, and I just man, you guys know, man. I'm a Star Wars guy, so I had to have I played more Star Wars stuff during this time than I did anything else, but man, Warcraft 3 would definitely be in my top 5. That's for sure. If we made like a top 5 instead of a top 3, it'd be in there. Yeah, so Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, dude, playing through, like you said, Arthas' story and everything, and it was just what a what a fun game, man. What a fun game. I wish they would do a Warcraft 4, man, but like I just, I know WoW is like since 2004
Shit, we might get it with the
been the
Microsoft
thing, man.
acquisition. You never know now. What we might
I
get.
hope that'd be cool, man. I'd be down for that, dude. Like honestly, I'd be all for it, dude. Like give me a Warcraft 4, man. You can have WoW and another Warcraft game at the same time, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah, yeah, I really like that game. Much like Josh said, I'm not even talking about Blizzard nowadays because we're talking about Blizzard back in the day, and because I'm talking about Warcraft 3, all right? This is before their current issues, and that was a great game. That was a great game. Um, I wish that the what is it, the reforged version or whatever they call it.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that wasn't so botched because I would have really liked to have gotten that, but whatever, it is what it is. That was uh that was a hell of a game that I really enjoyed and loved back when I first played it. So yeah, I number one for my honorable mentions. Next honorable mention, I have Age of Mythology, another RTS. Again, there was a lot of good games 2002. Age of Mythology is one of those games that I played a lot of, but it has to be in here, man.
This is
It's
honorable
got
on
to
my
be in
honorable
here.
mentions. It absolutely is. Yeah.
Next up, I have Star Wars: The Clone Wars. This was a PS2 GameCube game. Um, the majority of this game is you're fighting around in like tanks and stuff, but it came out like I think like right after Episode 2. Like it came out in the same year as Episode 2, but basically like the start of the Clone Wars, and you got a little bit of story in it. And like I said, the majority of it is you're in like tanks and shit, but I from what I remember, it had a pretty fun
I remember playing that as well.
pretty fun story. Yeah. So that's in my honorable mentions. And then what else is in my honorable mentions? Super Mario Sunshine. Super Mario Sunshine. Probably one of my favorite Mario games. Gotta be in here, gotta have it. Next up, Star Wars Jedi Starfighter. I had the normal Starfighter in here in 2001, so I gotta have Jedi Starfighter in 2002. Star Wars Racer Revenge. Uh, Metroid Prime. Uh, OG Kingdom Hearts. Because even though I'm not the biggest fan of Kingdom Hearts, I do remember playing the first two games back in the day when they came out, and it was interesting at the time. Um, and then what else? Tribes Aerial Assault. I don't even know. I don't know if anybody knows what that game is, but
I know what it
Tribes,
is, but I
man,
never played any of them.
that was fun. I had that one, and it was pretty neat. It was like I think this is like one of the first like PS2 like multiplayer like FPSs. But anyway, I that was fun for what it was. Um and then what else did I have in here? Did I mention everything? 2002 FIFA World Cup because I'm a sports guy as well. You guys know that. So I like me some football. And 2002 FIFA World Cup definitely in honorable mentions. And then the last one that I have here is one that I don't know how many people know about, but Rad, aka Robot Alchemic Drive, is a game where you play as these giant robots and you fight kaiju, and it is fucking awesome. And I remember this game back in the day. If they did like a remake of this game, I would get it easily. I would love to replay this game.
Oh yeah.
It's a PS2 era game that I have a lot of nostalgia for, and I would love to have this out again in modern times. So if anybody out there is listening that has anything to do with Rad, Squeenix, I know you're a publisher. You were a publisher for the game. Uh, give me some Robot Alchemic Drive. Sandlot. You guys developed the game. They're a Japanese developer. If you guys want to do some more Rad, I'm here, man. Give me some more Rad. I want to see more. But anyway, those are I think my honorable mentions for 2002. A lot of solid games came out that year, and a lot of games that, yeah, I really enjoyed. So those are my
Hell
honorable
yeah.
mentions. You're next.
All right. My honorable mentions for 2002 are Hitman 2 Silent Assassin, the very first Hitman game I played. And I fell in love with the series and still play them to this day on occasion. Next up, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. After that, I have Battlefield 1942. After that, I have Age and Mythology. Next up, I have Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, which shook me as a child because they kill Liu Kang in the opening cinematic. As a young teen, I was like, how could they kill Liu Kang? No! Um,
How could they?
After that, I have Medal of Honor Allied Assault. Man, fucking storming the beach at D-Day. That shit fucking... It's like I was there, man. Um...
That PTSD, man.
It's funny how your childhood, those memories, even though like if you went back and watched that, it would look like booty, but in my mind it was like that, it was like real, man, it was real.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then last but not least, Medieval Total War. The love affair continues with the Total War guys over there. So those are my honorable mentions for 2002.
All right. 2003, my friend. Get us started on with that.
All right. This is a sequel to a game mentioned earlier, but I have Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne. Man, I love the first game, but I played Max Payne 2 over and over and over and over. I beat this game at least 10 times. Like, it was so fun to run around and kill these dudes that They're dressed up as cleaners because they clean up hits. They're hitmen. They clean them up. That's like their perfect cover as they go in. As you're trying to investigate this murder that happens and the betrayals and the double turns and the love affairs and like they have these comic panels that had like actual people in them and they had some great noir music and Max is kind of crazy and kind of not and is still on the booze and the painkillers, but god damn did I play Max Payne 2 the fall of Max Payne a shitload. Number 2, I tried not to put expansion packs on here, but I had to put this one on here. Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne, the
Frozen Throne.
continuing
Yeah.
story of Warcraft 3 to see where it all ends up and what it eventually leads to. Um, played it so much and met the Blood Elves and they became like my favorite. Uh, and I thought Kel'Thas was so cool, and then they kind of did him dirty in WoW and made him crazy. But yeah. So
Damn.
Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne was great. And my number one, which I'm sure Daniel knows it, I know it, we all know it, is Star Wars
Yes.
Knights of the Old Republic is now my number one.
Yes.
And then what needs to be said about it that hasn't already been said on this podcast by both of us? Like, it is without a doubt my favorite game of all time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those are my top three. And Daniel, take her away.
All right, my top 3 for the year of 2003. Starting us off at number 3, I have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Fucking shit up in a half shell. Turtle power. I played the shit out of this game with friends and fam. You know, because you can co-op the game with 4 players and everybody takes control of a turtle. I of course was always my boy Leonardo because that's my boy right there. So I always had how can I say? I just like having 2 swords, man, 2 katanas. You know, fucking shit up. But anyway, that's my number 3. I played that game a lot in co-op. So for those good times and memories and whatnot, that will take my number 3 slot. My number 2 slot is again one of my. If I could count, if there was a way, to figure out how many hours I had in this game, from the single player to the multiplayer, with all the mods that were added, it would be one of my highest games played of all time, I think, if there was a way to count how many hours. But anyway, I'm talking about Star Wars Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, my favorite of that series of games. I like Jedi Academy more than Outcast, personally, because the amount of skins and all the stupid shit you could do on multiplayer and all, it was, dude, I have an unfathomable amount of hours in that game. Much like Galactic Battlegrounds, I played the shit out of those games, man. So yeah, I yeah, I that is one of my favorite games of all time. The saber combat is top tier, still to this day, one of the best lightsaber combat games ever.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I just like I said, I'm a Star Wars dude, so there's a pattern here in all these lists. I'm gonna have a bunch of Star Wars games in my top 3 because this is a golden era for Star Wars games, man. In my opinion, that was a lot of good games. But anyway, my number 1 game of the year is a shocker to nobody. It's also my favorite game of all time, Star Wars: Knights of the Republic. Everybody knows this, not a surprise.
Yeah.
KOTOR, obviously number 1. This one was a giveaway for both of us because we both have said
Yeah,
this
I knew
yesterday.
him. I knew immediately. I was like, if the one thing, if no matter how different the other lists are down here, I was like, the one thing we're gonna have at number 1 is absolutely gonna be Knights of the Old Republic. And you know what? By God, it deserves number 1.
Yep.
So I'm like, even though I know what it's gonna be, I don't care. That's my number 1.
Yeah, it's 100%, dude. Like it's so worthy. It's so worthy of it because it's not only one of the best Star Wars games of all time, it's one of the best Star Wars stories of all time, regardless of it being canon or not. It is just so good.
Yes.
Anyway, we always talk about KOTOR, so you guys know how we feel about it. So we're not gonna go on that too much. But that's our top 3 for 2003. How about some honorable mentions here, my friend?
All right. I have on my list here Command and Conquer Generals and Zero Hour. I put Zero Hour on here because I was trying not to do uh, expansion packs, but Command and Conquer continued to be awesome. Still love Generals. Obviously, I love the Tiberium universe and the Red Alert universe, but the Generals universe was also a lot of fun. Um, I still remember going and getting the game at GameStop and coming home and my dad taking the game from me and running to the room and playing it before me because he's a jerk. so but no, I remember that. I do remember playing like that. Um, much like Daniel, Jedi Academy for me is the next one. And if honestly, I'm the same as Daniel. If I knew the amount of hours that I played in Jedi Academy, it would blow your fucking mind probably. Um,
It's an
uh,
unfathomable amount of hours.
Oh my! I played so much multiplayer with Jedi Academy that it was insane how much multiplayer I played. I made I made friends back before you're supposed to don't talk to people on the internet. I talked to people on the
Right?
internet in them days because of Jedi Academy and like learning how to put colors in your name and like it'd be like star and then like a number or something weird like that, and people would have different colored names, and you could challenge people to duels, and there was mods, and just the amount of hours that I played Jedi Academy. I still go back and play it today. I don't give a fuck. I love that game. Um, are just absolutely insane. I mean, just insane. The etiquette that you would learn, like, hey, if you want to duel, you bow. They were almost like goddamn chat rooms. They weren't like you go into a map and it. Sorry, my throat's getting a little tired. You would go into a map, and it wouldn't be, oh my god, it's a free for all. We're all running around killing each other. There was etiquette. There were rules. If you want to fight somebody, you could challenge them to a duel and things like that. It wasn't just a free for. It really was like, oh my god, it's gonna sound weird. It was like an old school almost VR chat without VR. Like you were just running around as your avatar, talking with people and just having a conversation. It's weird to think about now that I think about it. That games were like that early, right? Like it's like a chat room where you go around and just talk to people and yeah, there'd be fighting and killing, but there was like areas designed for that. Um, After that, I have Dynasty Warriors 4, which is kind of like my first Dynasty Warriors game and got me into that series. Um, After that, I have Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. After that, I have the very first Call of Duty. After that, I have Star Wars Galaxies because I played Star Wars Galaxies.
Hey, I never
Um,
played it, so it's not on my list. I this is again before I was like super like dabbled in some PC games, like mostly RTS stuff, as you guys have been noticing. But it's before I was like super into PC stuff, and I didn't have a good computer enough to play Galaxies and all that shit back
it's
then.
it's now defunct, but it is still possible to play Star Wars Galaxies.
It is,
Um,
which part of me is curious, like to try out one of those like
I would
you
love
know
to as well.
fan servers. Hey man, if you do, let me know. I'll try it out with you.
I'm
But
I
yeah,
listen. I'm gonna talk to you after the stream because I was looking
all right,
yesterday. This
all
is
right.
I literally I saw an article that was talking about Star Wars Galaxy and like the fan servers and stuff like that. So you
All
don't
right,
even
well, we'll
have to
talk.
own the
Yeah,
game now to be able to play it because it's just
we'll
so old.
we'll we'll talk after them. But anyway,
Yeah,
what
I
else you got?
got you. I got you, dog. The very last thing I have is Enter the Matrix. I played this game so many times. I
Mm.
played both characters, male and female. Uh, I fought agents. I always say I'm not a big Matrix fan, but when I look back,
Yeah,
I
right.
feel like
But
I
you kind of are.
was.
Yeah.
I kind of was. I'm like, I don't know what it is about it that kind of drew me in. I don't know. It's not like I like it. I guess I liked it enough to buy the games, but not enough to be like, I'm crazy about this like I am Star Wars. I don't know. It's so strange. Much like the actual Matrix. But I remember thinking this game had like this this game has scenes from the movie that aren't in the fucking movie. Like in any of the movies. They're like shot specifically for the game like there's a I just remember this distinctly because I was a kid and like, oh, girls kissing. But there's a scene where Niobe kisses the fucking lady, Persephone lady, the Merovingian's wife. in a scene. Uh, but that one always sticks out of my mind. But like they had scenes that weren't in the fucking movie. Um,
Mhm.
um, and yeah, fighting a Matrix in this game, very dangerous. You can shoot entire clips at them and hit nothing but air, like Morpheus says. You literally have to blow them up to kill them. Or have cheat codes on, which is this game had built-in cheat codes. You literally hacked the Matrix, like to put in cheat codes. I remember it. I I wish I could play this game again, because I liked it so much back in the day.
There
I
you
don't
go.
even know if you can buy this now.
Whoever made that game, fucking re-release it so Josh can play it again.
You can I'm buy a copy on Amazon. I don't think I want to though. I don't even have a disc drive. Couldn't play this.
Oh
What are
damn.
your honorable mentions, Daniel?
My honorable mentions for 2003. I have Mario Kart Double Dash, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, True Crime in the Streets of LA, Command and Conquer Generals, because I
Yay!
that's we talk about Command and Conquer. Josh has played all of them, and I haven't. But like my Command and Conquer is Generals. That's like the one that I always go to. Like whenever anybody wants to talk Command and Conquer, I'm like, yeah, Generals, because that's the one I played. So Generals, honorable mentions. Pokemon's Ruby, Pokemon Ruby, you gotta have it in here. This is also I'm looking at some of the games in my honorable mentions. I played some Game Boy shit back in these days too, because I have Pokemon Ruby, Star Wars Flight of the Falcon, Mega Man Battle Network 3, which are all Game Boy games. The Simpsons Road Rage, F-Zero GX, Sonic Heroes, SeaWorld Adventure Parks Tycoon, The Hobbit, Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, and then actually I was wrong. I did include this in my honorable mentions. Star Wars Galaxies is in my honorable mentions because I think I know why I included it in here. I never played uh I never played Galaxies, but I had an uncle who did, and I remember like watching stuff here and there and
Mhm.
whatnot. And I was always thinking like, man, I want to play that game, but I don't have
Right.
I could never play it. I didn't have a that was one of those games that had a sub too, right? Like you had the sub to it and everything.
Yes, but I think they had a free trial at one point, which is how I tried it the
So
first time.
I remember they used to have free trials when you would buy some of the PC games because I remember buying. Do you ever remember like we're talking years ago at this point, but they would have like Star Wars games where they had like best of PC and they'd have like KOTOR,
Yes.
Public Commandos. So I remember buying one of those. Like I still have it somewhere. Like actually no, I know where it is actually. But if you open up the inside, it comes with a little like code for like a free trial for Star Wars Galaxies. And I never used those. I still have those codes, but I never used them because I just I'd never never tried it. So anyway, so yeah, I have Star Wars Galaxies in here. Star Wars game I never played that I always wanted to play. And then the other one that I have that I never played was from honorable mentions Beyond Good and Evil. Because even though I haven't played it, it's something that I want to play at some point. So I have it in here. So anyway,
Gotcha.
that's it for me. 2004, or I
Yeah.
guess
What's your top three for
my top
2004?
three. So 2004, I have for my number 3 slot, I have Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2: The Sith Lords as my number 3. And you might be wondering, that's kind of low, don't you think? Well, yes, but also this is also a hell of a year for me because there was quite a few games here that I played more, and that's the only reason why they're here is that they're ahead of this game is because I played them more. And then my number 2 game is Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. That is my favorite Grand Theft Auto game of all time, and I played the fuck out of San Andreas, dude. Like multiplayer, single player, dude. That's my again another game. If I could count the hours I had on that one, it'd be up there. So GTA San Andreas, my favorite GTA game. Man, the amount of time I spent on that one. And yeah, what a game that is. And then my number 1 game of all, or for 2004 was again. I remember playing this one with my dad. I remember like playing this one, dude. I would wake up early before school just to play this game. before I had to go to school. And I would go to school, I'd come back, and I would fucking do all my homework and all that shit as quick as I could to play this fucking game. And that I'm talking about Star Wars Battlefront, the OG Star Wars Battlefront from 2004. I was all about this game, dude. I at the time you dude, at the time you couldn't get me away from this game. I would, like I said, I would wake up early before school, fucking play this game, go to school, come back, do the homework, whatever, play this game some more. I don't know how many hours I have in this game, but it is a lot because this was my shit back in the day. And goddamn, Star Wars Battlefront, the original, what a fun game that was. I lost many an hour, and I had many a good time playing that game. So that is my number one for '04. That was my top three. All of those, to be honest, any one of those three could have been number one,
Yeah.
honestly. But you gotta make a top three, so they gotta land somewhere. But there it is. Those are my top three.
All right. My top three, my number three for 2004 is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords. When you said
There
KOTOR
you
2,
go.
and I was like, we got it at the same spot. And I wholeheartedly agree with you where it's at. This is a
Yeah.
game that when it ended, I felt empty inside. Like, it felt like the story wasn't done, and I felt lost for. Honestly, as a 14-year-old, grow it like that's a tender age, where you're hitting them teen years, and you are dealing with feelings and stuff. This game made me be in denial that it was over. You know what I
Mm,
mean?
yeah.
Like I was like, that can't be how it ends, and it is how it ends. And we never got a KOTOR 3, never got a continuation
No.
or a completion really of that story. We got the MMO and stuff, and years later in the book and stuff that kind of acted like that was how it is, but like I don't think nothing could ever be like a KOTOR 3 really. So that
I
one
mean,
left me empty feeling in a bad way, kind
I
of.
would have loved to have seen a KOTOR 3, man. They could have definitely done it. And also, the other thing about KOTOR 2 that I didn't mention, because again, I feel like we talk about some of these games so much, so I'm like, I don't want to
We
add
do.
more to it. But really quickly, KOTOR 2, they were rushed with that game. They had to hurry up and do it,
Mm,
a year after the first one. And we didn't even get the finished full version because obviously there's cut content from it. And, everybody knows about that. But I mean, yeah, I don't, I like the game, but I don't love it as much as the first one for sure. So,
yeah.
yeah.
My number two is a story I've told on Discord. I had this game pre-ordered at a GameStop, or maybe the EB Games back in the day. I can't remember when they merged and all that.
Mm.
And I spent all fucking day at the shop because the manager had went to the airport to pick up the stock for it. And the game is Fable. I
Mm.
I loved. Obviously, I loved Black and White earlier. This is another Lionhead game. I followed Fable. I fell in love with Fable. I love Fable to this day. Um, in fact, it's on sale right now on the Steam sale. If you don't have it, never played it, go pick it up. You can play it even now. It's not. It doesn't look the best, but it'll run and it's still fun. And the story's good. Check out Fable. But um, I just remember I was there. I was 14, so I was with my mom at GameStop all day. Like, my mom stuck with me through that entire fucking day at GameStop. And I was the first person to get my copy of Fable. And when I say I'm the first person, I mean like 50 people showed up to pick up their copies of Fable. But they made sure I got mine first. Because I had been there all day. And I just remember sitting there talking with the people. This was back when you could actually talk to somebody at GameStop and they weren't trying to sell you something constantly. And it was just a love of games. You know what I mean? Like, it
Yeah.
was fun. Even though it was an all day thing, it was one of those things that was fun. So that's my number two. My number one is a game that when I completed it, I felt empty inside, but not for a bad reason. For a good reason.
So the
Because,
opposite.
you know what I
So it's
mean?
opposite. Okay.
You know what I'm like, same as like when you finish up
Oh
Knights of
yeah.
the Old Republic and you have to say
I
goodbye to
mean,
those characters and everything.
yeah. So
There's an emptiness.
this game, I'm gonna give you an example of that for me. This game is not on this list because we did it last time we did one of these. The ending when you finish Red Dead 1,
Yes.
that's how I felt. But anyway, carry on.
Yes. So for me on this list at number 1, 2004, Spider-Man
Yes.
2, the video game.
Ooh, okay.
I remember feeling so empty when it was over, but I loved this game. I played the ever living fuck out of Spider-Man 2. Um it was one of the greatest games I had ever played, and it still ranks pretty high up on my list today. Um so that's my number 1, man. It followed the movie. It ended and I was just like, I don't want it to be over, but it ended so well.
It can't be over. Not now.
But there it is, guys.
Nice. All right, honorable mentions time then.
Yes. What are your honorable mentions for
For me, I
2004?
have Star Wars Trilogy: Apprentice of the Force Game Boy game, NBA Live 2005, Mega Man Anniversary Collection, Pokemon Leaf Green, Top Gun Combat Zones, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 Battle Nexus, X-Men Legends, and then the next two are or did I say okay, no. Fable. I don't know if I said Fable, but that's my honorable mentions. And then the next two on my list are games that I did not play until later, but they came out this year. So for number 1, Halo 2, and then the second one on this list that I didn't play till later, but it came out this year was Gary's Mod. So those are my honorable mentions for 04.
Awesome. My honorable mentions for 04 are Star Wars Battlefront. I actually got good internet that year, and played
Mm,
multiplayer and got
hell yeah.
and you're gonna laugh. I got recruited into a clan the very first day.
Oh,
Um,
dang!
that
First
I
day,
was
dude.
that I
Holy
was
shit!
in that I was in for in a way I'm still in it.
Oh
they
wow!
were they were the people I eventually ended up playing World of Warcraft with. It's called Warrior Nation, and
Oh,
they still
okay.
exist. They still
Wow.
exist to this day, kind of. They used to have a website. It's defunct now, but you would get medals for loyalty for being in the clan for so long. And I just remember thinking, I can't wait to get my 10-year medal, because I got my 10-year medal, and now that's like I've spent over half my life with those guys. Some of them, um, so it's crazy.
Wow.
Uh, so yeah, Star Wars Battlefront's on there. Next up, I have Warhammer 40K Dawn of War. Love it, Warhammer. Yeah, everybody knows I'm Warhammer. This is where I got introduced to Warhammer 40K. So that's where I fell in love with it. Next up, I have GTA San Andreas. I played the shit out of it. Does the Pope shit in the woods? Some great lines from that game. um, so the Phenom likes this game that's on my list. Daniel, I was sitting in Discord when I was working on my list that day.
Oh yeah.
Um,
What is it?
And I said, Phenom, 2004 had a fuckload of games. And he started looking at the list and he was like, ooh, Lord of the Rings, The Third Age. And he said at the same time that I put it in the list. Because, Daniel, I've told you about this game. I love this game.
Yes.
It's one of the
So
most underrated Lord of the Rings games.
this is one of those games that I remember watching like other people play that I never did, man. I always wanted to play it because it looks so fucking cool, dude. But I never did. I never got it. I never played it. And then I think it's like co-op, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I never
Or
played
at least,
co-op if it had
or
co-op.
at least you can play with multiple characters, right?
Yes. You had
So
multiple characters.
that's probably what I'm referring to instead. But I remember looking at it, I was like, man, I would have loved to have played that game, but I never played it, man.
It was so fun, and it's not like you're not playing the Fellowship. You're playing a group that follows the Fellowship around. So you fight with Gandalf against the Balrog in Moria. Shit, like you follow the crew around trying to like help. And it was a game that when it was over, I was bummed. I was bummed.
Mm.
Not in a bad way, just like I want more. Like they plant the seeds. Oh my god. They could do a whole podcast on this game and I want to spoil the shit out of it, so I'm going to for like 2 seconds.
Go for
The,
it.
the main
Spoiler warning.
character, the main character of this game is a guard from fucking Gondor, right? And like he's got amnesia. And the biggest reason I'm bringing this up is like they plant the seeds of the romance with an elf character that's with you early on, and then when he gets his memory back, he finds out that he was engaged to this other lady, and he ends up getting with her at the end of the game. And I'm like, no, I want him to be with the elf lady. No, I thought that was so dirty. They did me dirty on that romance. So even at the age of 14,
That's funny, man.
man, that's a trauma for a 14-year-old learning about romance and shit. I was like, how could they do that? Also, I was like, I feel bad for the other lady too. It's not like it's her fault, his fault. But yeah, if you ever get a chance to play this game somehow, some way, do it. It's fun. I want to say it was like a PlayStation exclusive too at the time. Next up, Sims 2. I don't need to spend time on that. Battlefield Vietnam, played with my dad. Red Dead Revolver. Did you ever play Red Dead Revolver, Daniel? That's
It's the only reason why it's not in my honorable mentions is because I never really played it, man.
I
That's
couldn't
one of the ones
remember
I
if you
never
played it.
dude. Nah, dude. Unfortunately, I didn't.
I played it with my dad. It had multiplayer, like local multiplayer. I played with my dad and my sister. We quick drew on each other, and I'd get mad when he killed me because the old man's got better reflexes than I do. It had a cool story. Yeah, and apparently it started as a completely different game than what it wound up as. But look at its legacy, man. It led to Red Dead Redemptions and shit. So
Oh yeah, I love the legacy left behind, man. Cause fuck, I love those games, the Red Dead ones.
The next one that I have is a game called Sudeki. It came
Sudoku,
out.
I'm kidding.
No, I'm gonna post how you spell it in the chat. That's how you spell
Sudeki,
it.
there it is.
It even says in the wiki, not to be confused with Sudoku, by the way. At the time,
There you go. There you go.
it was an Xbox game developed by Climax Studios. It was an action role-playing game. And I don't know, I was at GameStop and I was looking for something to buy because I wanted something because when you're young, you want stuff everywhere you go. I don't know, and somehow I ended up getting somebody to buy it for me, my mom or my dad, whoever was with me at the time. And I thought it was a Japanese game, and it may be, just because the lady on the front is very well equipped. Um, and I fell in love with this game. This game was great. Like, you get sucked into this real time alternate reality shit. Yeah.
You
What
can
you
get
gonna
it
say?
on Steam for the Steam sale for $4.01.
Oh man, maybe I'll just buy it for the hell of it, throw it in the cart.
There you go.
Be fun. Hitman contracts, more Hitman, World of Warcraft. Obviously, everybody knows my legacy with that. I had to throw it in here at the very least. Mortal Kombat Deception, played a shitload of it. Rome Total War. And then Chronicles of Riddick, Escape from Butcher Bay. Was a
Dang.
fantastic fucking game if you've never played it.
I haven't.
Oh my god, dude. Even if you're not a fan of like Riddick, the game was great. And that is all my honorable mentions for 2004.
Nice.
So we're on the 2005 now, which I guess it's
2005, yeah.
my turn to start with the
sir.
top 3. Number 3, I have Dungeon Siege 2. I don't know. I was at a Comp USA. I don't know if you remember Comp USA's.
I do remember Compius days.
We'd go down to the mall and stuff, and there's a Comp USA there. And I was looking, and I saw this game. I played the demo for it, because this is back. Comp USA had, like, fucking computers, and you could play demos in the shop on them.
Yeah, you
And
remember
they
when
had
fucking stores
yeah.
had demos you could play? That was cool.
Yeah. And they had Dungeon Siege 2 running on one of the machines, and I played it, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And I know my dad had to buy this one for me, because I wouldn't be at Comp USA without my old man there. And I fell in love with this game. I've played it multiple times. I steal names from it to this day for D&D on occasion of characters. Absolutely fell in love with Dungeon Siege 2. My number 2 game is Jade Empire. Obviously, I was a BioWare fanboy. Knights of the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic 2. Hey, what's the next big thing? Jade Empire, right?
Mhm.
These sons of bitches did me so dirty on this game. Still doesn't have a fucking sequel. I loved it. It was so good. Martial arts, ass whippings, multiple endings. Uh, they made their own language for this game. Jade Empire is worth playing even today. And you could probably get it on sale right now on Steam. Um, and my number one, uh, I'm kind of curious if Daniel can get. Daniel, can you guess what my number one is on for
For
2005?
'05? Oh man. What would be your number one game of '05? I don't know, dude. Like, let me see if I can try and figure it out. Number one. So you know, okay. Five. I'm gonna go ahead and guess Republic Commando.
No,
Nope.
that is on my honorable mentions though.
Honorable mentions. All right.
My number one is a game that I played. I've played it since I've met you. Daniel, I put you
Oh.
in this game. You were an action star. You were in Star
Oh, I
Wars.
know what it is now.
My number
We're
one
talking.
game
Go for
was
it.
the movies.
The
The
movies.
movies.
Oh
You
man,
run
what
your
a
own
game!
movie studio. The only way to get this game, because Lionhead is defunct. It's another Lionhead thing. Remember how they've done me dirty so many times over the years?
Yeah.
The movies. This was when machinima was a big thing. So they made a game where you make machinima and run a movie studio. And you have movie stars and and they had scenes. Dude, I can't tell you how long I played this game. To this day, we'll play this game. The movies was fantastic. And Microsoft, if you're listening, you own this IP. For the love of God, give me a movies too. Please.
Give him a movies too, man. Come on.
It's so fun and like
I remember
it
you streamed this game at one point, and you making all those movies that you ended up making, and yeah, it looked fun, man. Like I don't know if you still have it anymore or not, but dude, that'd be a fun one to like stream again. You know, I feel.
mhm. it it's one of those games that scratched that very early creative itch for me, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
nowadays it's like D&D and world building like we did on the last stream and stuff that really gets me like I love this. Creating stories, making worlds, telling stories are some of the it it gives me life. It makes me want to live, like it's that thing. Um but yeah, that's my number one. Daniel, what are your threes for your
So
top
my
threes for
top three,
2005?
I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you guys. 2005 was a big Star Wars year for me. All right, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say all three of my top three, all three of my games, my top three are all Star Wars games. Right, because that was a hell of a year. Right, Revenge of the Sith came out, and I was at the hype of all of it. And my number three was Lego Star Wars, the video game, the very first one. I played the hell out of that when it first came out. I am I'm so excited for the new one coming out, but this is what started it all. Lego Star Wars, the video game, OG. It only had the prequels, it only had episodes 1, 2, and 3 in it, but it was so good, man. Like I probably wouldn't be able to go back and play it nowadays because it's super outdated now and everything, but it's one of those things that you had to be there, man. You had to be there to play it at the time. Number two, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. The Episode 3 game was really fucking cool, man. You play through the movie, and this is back in the days when they would like release stuff before the movie even came out. So if you bought this game, you could literally play through the movie before the movie even came out. So you probably would spoil yourself playing this if you had done that. And yeah, there's also some stuff that you could do that doesn't happen in the movie. Like for example, there's a mission you guys know in the movie where Mace and all those guys go arrest Palpatine, right? After the turn after Grievous dies and all that. So in the movie, You have Kid Fisto, Mace Windu, Stacy Tin, and Agent Kolar going to arrest Palpatine in his office. In this version, you have Anakin arriving uh, where Mace is trying to take down Palpatine, but you duel Mace as Anakin. So you have to fight Mace Windu, and it gets crazy. And then there's other stuff that happens that doesn't quite happen in the movie. Like there's different type of battle droids and there's different type of clone troopers, just to add more variety to the gameplay, I guess. And there's an alternate ending in the game where instead of Obi-Wan injuring Vader, Vader kills Obi-Wan, and then he kills Palpatine, and he's like, "Oh, I'm the ruler of the galaxy now," and he like brandishes his red saber and everything, and it's like alternate history type dealio.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I played the shit out of that game. Good times. Number two, my number three, or my number one is Star Wars Battlefront 2, because if I played the shit out of the first game, you bet your sweet ass I played the shit out of the second game. And again, if only I had the amount of hours in my lifetime that I've played this game, it would be one of my highest played games of all time. I lost even like years after it came out, dude. I still played the shit out of it. So Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original one back in '05. What a game, dude. I played the hell out of that. I lost a lot of time to these games. But anyway, it was a lot of good times spent, fun times. Um if that wasn't such a big Star Wars year for me, there would have been other games that I do have in my honorable mentions that would have made it on here. Um which before I go into that, Josh has to or I guess wait, you go
Yeah,
next or
I
I go
do.
next?
I do the honorable mentions, and then we do your honorable mentions.
All right, go for it.
Uh,
Go. Give us your honorable mention.
I have the Matrix Online. Who knew this would come up again so recently, like it
Right?
did, right? Like, I've
I
talked about the
figured you'd
Matrix
have this on
Online
your
on
list,
here a
though.
lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is definitely on the honorable mentions. I met some good friends playing on the Matrix Online. Like people I don't talk to anymore, but I'll never forget. Like you have some friends that for just a short while are in your life and you'll never forget them, but then things change and you move on. But yeah, I had some good friends there. And had to include it on here. Um, I have Star Wars Republic Commando. I have Star Wars Battlefront 2. I have Guild Wars. Because I played the beta for that and made some good friends over there. I have Call of Duty 2 and the Western known as Gun because I played Red Dead Redemption, not Redemption, Revolver earlier the year before, and I was like, I want more Western games, and that's what I got.
Mm,
So those are my honorable mentions.
nice. My honorable mentions for '05 are uh so again, if it wasn't such a big Star Wars year for me, I would have had these in here. So number 1, Resident Evil 4. Hell of a game. Hell of a game, Resident Evil 4. That would totally be in my top 3 if it wasn't such a big Star Wars year for me. My second honorable mention. This definitely would have been in my top 3 if it wasn't such a Star Wars year for me. God of War, the original God of War. That bloody, gory,
Beautiful mess.
fucking crazy mess of a game where you have sex mini games in it. That you literally do, man. You have like fucking what are they, quick time
Oh,
events? So you have to
he's got a they fucking
yeah,
button.
they do. But yeah, God of War, Resident Evil 4, those would have been in my top 3 if it wasn't such a big Star Wars year. Star Wars Republic Commando, I debated putting this one in my top 3, but I didn't
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
had a hard time figuring out some stuff on this that year.
Yeah, so I would have had it in here as well, but I just had other stuff. FIFA Street, I played the shit out of FIFA Street. FIFA '06, Super Mario Strikers, Conquered Live and Reloaded, Pokemon Emerald, Ultimate Spider-Man, The Incredible Hulk, Ultimate Destruction, Destroy All Humans, Star Fox Assault, and then this is my honorable mentions just because I want to play it someday, and I might play it this year. I know I've been talking about it for a couple of years. Josh, I know has heard me say for a couple of years. Jade Empire, I gotta play it. It's on my honorable mentions because I need to get to it. So there you go.
Yeah.
And those are my honorable mentions for 05. This is another good year for games, man. I feel.
There was a streak in the 2000s where every year it was just banger. Banger.
Yeah.
Fucking banger. Every goddamn year. Um, all right, we're moving on to 06. Daniel, what are your top three? This is you. This is your go.
All right. Top 3 in 2006. So starting with number 3, I have Star Wars Empire at War. So I really like Empire at War. That was like the other Star Wars RTS that wasn't you know, um Galactic Battlegrounds. So I love that. Even though the only downside to that was that it was only original trilogy era, I kind of, whatever. It is what it is. I would have preferred it to be all eras, because if you're gonna make a game, go all out, right? I mean, fuck it. But the story, the story was focused on original trilogy stuff, and whatever. Anyway, fun game. Played a lot of hours on that one as well. Not as much as Galactic Battlegrounds, but definitely played a bunch of that game back in the day. Number 2 game, another Lego Star Wars because it came out the following year. I remember picking this game up a few days after my birthday because it came out for my birthday. Well, not on my birthday, but it came out a couple days after my birthday. And I remember going to. I bought this game at Toys R Us. Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. Picked
God,
it up
Toys
at
R
Toys
Us.
R Us, and good times, man. Much like the first Lego Star Wars game, which that one focused on the prequels. Lego Star Wars 2 focused on the original trilogy. So I remember playing the shit out of that game. Good times. Again, I probably wouldn't be able to play it nowadays because it's so outdated. But at the time, it's great stuff. And then my number 1 game of the year, I played the fuck out of this. None of you are gonna guess what it is because you're probably thinking of something else. But my number 1 game, this is the year when I really got into sports. So I played the 2006 FIFA World Cup game so much. I played the fuck out of that. The sports game as my number 1 game of the year. Shocker, but it's true,
Hey.
man. I was I was all about that game, dude. Like it was if they man, I know we had a show a while back or an episode where we like, oh, games you would like to be remade. I included this game in there because this is like a huge nostalgia game for me. Like the soundtrack is incredible. Just that whole World Cup for me was like my favorite World Cup that I've ever experienced. Like it was magical almost. But anyway, I love that game. Played the shit out of it. I don't know how many hours I had in it, but I played a lot. And yeah, it was just good times, man. I remember I look back at those times fondly. But anyway, that's my
Yeah.
top 3: Empire at War, Lego Star Wars 2, and the 2006 FIFA World Cup game. So there you go. Those are my top 3.
Awesome. All right.
What do you got?
My top three for the year of 2006. At number 3, I have The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. My first real diving into the Elder Scrolls franchise. And I played this game so much, like so much, running around, like I'm exploring the world of I can't even remember the fucking continent name for Oblivion because it's been so long ago. But I played the shit out of it. Um, and it had Sean Bean as a voice actor in it, who I don't even think I realized who he was at the time because I'm was a dumb kid. Um, my number 2 is The Lord of the Rings: The Battle for Middle Earth 2. Man, I'd kill for another one of these. A fucking RTS game in Lord of the Rings where I command the armies of orcs and men and the Witch King and fucking just the whole shit. A great you do Helm's Deep, alternate history. I loved the both of the Battle for Middle Earth games were fantastic. And my number 1, I played it a lot, is Titan Quest. I honestly
Hey,
have no idea how I came across Titan Quest. It may have been in a CompUSA again where you tried out demos. I think it was on a thing, and I ended up getting the game. Guys, this is why demos work, and we should still have more of them nowadays because it sold me a bunch of games with demos. I played it a lot and went through and faced gods and men and from multiple mythologies. and still play Titan Quest to this day. It's still getting expansions to this day. It's gotten remasters. Titan Quest is fantastic. So those are my top 3.
Excellent.
What are your honorable honorable mentions, my friend? Sorry, we've been at this so long that I can't talk anymore.
It's
Apparently.
all good. All right, next up for me, honorable mentions for 2006. Yes, I have number
Yes.
one, The Lord of the Rings: The Battle for Middle Earth 2. That was a
Hey.
fun ass game, dude.
Yes, it
I
was.
I never played the first one, but I played the shit out of the second one, and it was a good time, man. I much like Josh, I would love another one of these kind of games. Uh, next to my honorable mentions, Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. That is a game that I didn't play until more recently, but it came out in '06, so I had it on here. Next up, Wii Sports. I got a Wii, played Wii Sports. It was one of those games, man. You know what I'm saying? Like Wii Sports, dude. Bully, the Rockstar game Bully. Kingdom Hearts 2. I didn't play it as much as the first one, but it's still kind of. I look back and like, oh, I remember those days. Uh, no, next one, The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. Uh, Again, I was super into sports. Like this is when I was like all about it and everything. So FIFA '07, NBA Live '07, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, the first one, The Straw Humans 2, and that wraps up my honorable mentions. Yeah, good
All right.
times, good times, 2006.
I have on my honorable mentions Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I played
There you
this
go.
when it came out, and I honest to God do not think that 16-year-old me could really appreciate how good this game was. But as I got older, I realized this game is the shit. It is awesome. Um, I played it a lot, a lot, kicking the orc dudes in the fucking spikes and shit, and even the story's good in that game. Like I would kill for another one of these. Um, Next up, I have Star Wars Empire at War on my list. Play it to this day. If I get the notion to. The next up,
Mhm.
I have this one's almost funny when I say it out loud, but I played the shit out of it. The Godfather, the video game. Um, did you ever play The Godfather, the video
I
game? Like
didn't.
this,
No.
bro. You play a character that is working his way up through being the mafiosi, and you're interacting with the Corleones from fucking The Godfather. It's a underrated game in my opinion. I would love to play this again, actually. Um, After that, I have Guitar Hero 2. Not a lot needs to be said about Guitar Hero. It's Guitar Hero. Company of Heroes is next. After that, then Total War Love continues with Medieval 2, and then finally Hitman Blood Money. So as you can see, I had a
Thirst
streak
for
there.
blood. Yeah.
Yep. Moving on to 2007. My I 2007 was apparently a bad year for me because I don't have a lot on here, to be honest with you.
Interesting.
And what I
Interesting.
do have at my number 3 is gonna make people laugh, but it's like, what else do I
Hey
put
man,
here?
this is listen, these are our list, man. Like we have these are the games we played, man, like at the time, like
Yeah,
games that we played that came
yeah,
out in this year that we didn't
of
play
that
till later,
era.
So yeah. So hey
Um,
man, no apologies, dude. You just say you speak your truth, man.
yeah. So what I have at my number 3 is Guitar Hero 3: Legends of Rock. This was the one that had Slash on the cover, and I was a big Guns N' Roses fan. So I loved Slash, and I ended up playing Guitar Hero 3 with my dad, who was the reason I'm a. My musical taste is from my old man. If you've seen our musical podcast where we talked about that stuff on here.
Yeah.
So that's my number 3. My number 2 is Assassin's Creed. The original Assassin's Creed came out that year, and I remember thinking it's so cool, and meeting Altair, and it was another one of those games that ended, but it kind of ended with a mystery.
Right.
Um, and my number 1, everybody knows it, is Mass Effect. Uh,
Yes, sir.
So those are my top three for the year of '07. Daniel, what are your top three?
My top three. Number three is Assassin's Creed, the original game. I played this when it came out at the time, and it was a little tough for me at the time because I couldn't. There was a certain part I forget where, but I couldn't beat it, and I just ultimately. I mean, I ended up beating it after, but like it
Yeah,
took me a while to get there, you know. But
that last fight was a bitch.
yeah, it annoyed the shit out of me. But anyway, I played it, and yeah, much like you, I was like, oh, okay, well, this is interesting. I'm curious what happens after this, you know. Like it was an interesting, like looking back, like Assassin's Creed One is probably not the it's not the best one out of all Assassin's Creed games, but you know, it was an interesting enough start to kickstart everything that we have now, you know. And yeah, it was good. It was a solid game. Next one that I have on here, my number two for 2007 was again shocker, Lego Star Wars, but this time it was the complete saga. You had both the
Hey,
prequels and the original trilogy together, so you had all six of the movies, which at the time was the complete saga. So yeah, you had that, and that was fun. I played the shit out of that on my PS3, and it was good stuff, good times back in the early PS3 days. And then this is by far my most played game of 2007. This is when I really started getting into multiplayer gaming and like multiplayer games and all that shit. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, the OG Modern Warfare. I picked this game up at a yard sale for like $20 and I never looked back since. I played the shit out of this game. I was addicted, bro. I was tearing shit up. It was such a fun game to play at the time, man. Like, oh, I remember just being on the lobbies and just oh, dude. So yeah, original Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4. That was the start of like multiplayer gaming for me, really. Like that's what set it off, man. And again, here we are now, you know.
yeah,
So that's my top three: Assassin's Creed, Lego Star Wars: A Complete Saga, and Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare.
awesome. My honorable mentions for '07 are Crisis, which got mentioned earlier, funnily enough.
Yes.
The original Witcher game, which was
Yeah.
jank as fuck to play, by the way, back in the day.
Yeah.
Uh, Command and Conquer 3's on here, even though it wasn't the best. It was still awesome.
I mean,
Tiberium
hey,
Wars.
it's still there. Still there.
Uh, Tenchu Z, which was not very good, but I loved it, even though it wasn't very good. And Crackdown, of all things, is on here. So let me tell
Crackdown.
you,
I remember that game.
2007 was a weird year for me, bro.
Yeah. I mean, hey, dude, that's what you played, bro. Like, that's what you played, man. There's nothing
So
wrong with
those are
that.
my honorable mentions. What do you got, brother?
My honorable mentions. So this one was kind of tough because I actually love this game, but there's two reasons why I did not include this in my top three. Number one is that I didn't play this game until much later, and number two, I played it as a part of a. I didn't play the original version of it. I played the updated version of it. And you guys might be wondering what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Mass Effect. I legit love the first Mass Effect game, but I didn't play it in 2007, and I didn't play the normal base game. I played the fucking Legendary Edition version. So I felt like I couldn't include this. I couldn't include it in my top three because it's like I love the game, I love the story, I love the characters, but I couldn't put it in my top three because
That's
again
fair.
I didn't play it in '07, and
You kind of got the
I
refined
played a
version of it almost,
yeah,
yeah.
I played a better version of the game, but it wasn't the original one, you know? So for that reason, Mass Effect, you are an honorable mention, but I love you very much. You are a great game.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
And then my next honorable mention is the OG Uncharted. Uncharted Drake's Fortune. I didn't play this back in '07. I played it a few years after. Um I actually didn't I don't think I actually played this until I played it on PS4. When I first got my PS4, I got it in the triple game bundle or whatever. Or was it Or actually, wait, did I play it on PS3? I might have played it on PS3. Never mind. I might have played it on PS3, but I ended up getting in like a bundle somewhere where I got like all the other three games or whatever. But anyway, downs in my honorable mentions: Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, BioShock, OG BioShock, great game, solid game. But it, honorable mentions for now. Um, Next I have Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron. This was the PSP Battlefront. This is the PSP version. I actually played this one and it was fun for what it was. It made me wish that they had the customization of this game in the console versions. Um so yeah, I really like that you can combine, like, it was so cool, Josh. You could have like a scout trooper helmet with like a snow trooper body and then like normal stormtrooper pants. Like, it was cool, man. You could like combine all the armor pieces together and everything, and you could have like different guns, and it was awesome, dude. Um so yeah, that one's definitely my honorable mentions. Played the shit out of that on PSP. Next thing that I have on here is The Witcher, the OG Witcher. This game is jank as shit nowadays. Cause I played it in like 2018, or I don't know. I played it recently. I did not play this at the time, and it was jank as fuck. But
Yeah.
I still enjoyed it because it ties into the whole Witcher story, and whatever. Halo 3 is my next one, but again, I played this like multiplayer at the time. I didn't play the story. I only played the story until recently with Josh with the Master Chief Collection. Um Next up, I have God of War 2. God of War 2 is another solid game that I have on here. And then Super Mario Galaxy, uh the Simpsons game, which was, for the movie. If you guys remember that Simpsons movie that came out years ago. Because I remember playing that a little bit, and I was like, okay, I don't know why I played that like so much back then, but hey, whatever. And then the last game I have on my list is Portal. I didn't play this in 2007. I played it like a couple years ago, probably again 2018 or something like that. And yeah, it was good. It's fun. So yeah, those are my honorable mentions for '07.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna start us off with '08. I
You
guess, right?
are. We're
All
getting to the
right,
end, guys.
we're on the last 2 years. Fret not, everyone. We're almost there. So 2008, number 3 game of the year. Um, I had a little bit of should this game go here or should this game not? Because there was a few games that could have gone here, but I think for me, the one that works the best in here is probably, and this is the thing about this is you gotta keep in mind I did not play this in '08. Like, even though it came out in '08, I did not play it in '08. But Saints Row 2 is my number 3 game. Saints Row 2 is awesome. That is a great game. I did not play it back when it first came out, but I played it a few years after that, and it's fucking rad. Um, yeah, I had a good time playing that game, and yeah, I just it was like the first Saints Row game that I played because I never played the first one, so to me uh it was just one of those games. I'm like, I need a game to play on my PS3, and I'm like, well, we'll try this one out, and I ended up really enjoying it. So yeah. My number 2 game of the year is Call of Duty World at War. I remember picking this game up, I think Christmas time, '08. This is another one of those games that, oh my god, I remember like waking up early in the morning to play, and just like, I played this one a lot. I played this game a hell of a lot. I remember in the online lobbies and everything. One of my favorite FPSs ever. So such a fun time. World War II era type shit. Because obviously, and yeah, again, one of the big early multiplayer games that I played, because it was back in those days. I That's when I started really, after the first Modern Warfare, I really started to play online multiplayer stuff. So played a lot of hours in that game. Prestige and all that shit, and it was it's one of my favorite games. And then my number one slot, Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, baby. I remember picking this game up after, I think it came out after my birthday, a couple days after my birthday. And yeah, it was great, man. It was such a fun game, and like it was at a time where like we weren't going to be having any more Star Wars movies and stuff, so it was in the after times, and it was fun. It was a fun addition to the multiple levels of canon back in the day. So I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
Josh, your top three.
My top three. All right, number three, Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Like Daniel said, we were at a time where there was no more movies coming. I was super interested in the game. I'd seen tech demos and things they'd shown at E3, and I don't think I got it till like later, but I ended up playing it and really liking it, and yeah. Number two, Far Cry 2. I spent a lot of time in Africa hunting down the Jackal, who is the bad guy for Far Cry 2. Um, and the big thing with this game was just the fire physics. One little spark would burn down a fucking forest if you let it in fucking Far Cry 2. It was crazy. You also got malaria in that game and had to find malaria pills. And I'll still make jokes about needing malaria pills to this day. And my number one is Grand Theft Auto 4, uh, which I believe is Nico and his cousin. Let's go bowling. Grand Theft Auto. Um, Yeah, sorry guys, I'm running out of energy, so I'm like a little bit of like, this is what I got. I'm not going deep into it, but I played the shit out of it. Uh, Daniel, what are your honorable mentions for
We're almost
08?
done, Josh. We're almost done. We
It's
need one
good.
more
It's just
year. Yeah,
the boosters whooping my ass at the moment.
I got you. I got you. So my honorable mentions for '08: Super Smash Brothers Brawl. Again, Smash Bros. I've always played the shit out of with family and friends and all that, so got to be in there. GTA 4, honorable mention. I forget when exactly I played GTA 4. I don't think I played it when it first came out, but I might have. I don't know, dude. That's one of those tricky ones. I don't remember exactly when I played GTA 4, but it also wasn't my favorite GTA. Like it was fine, like yeah, Nico, let's go bowling and all that. But it's, I don't know, like when I think of all of those, it wasn't my favorite. It wasn't my favorite. Um, but it's still good enough to like be an honorable mention.
Mhm.
Uh, Mario Kart Wii, because I played the shit out of that. Lego Indiana Jones, the the first one. Forget what the full title of it, but anyway, that one. Um, Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge was a fun game back in those times. And then I didn't play this game in 2008 when it came out, but Left 4 Dead, another little honorable mention there.
Oh yeah,
The first Left 4 Dead, I didn't play it till later, but you know, yeah.
cool. My honorable mentions are for the year of 2008, Fable 2. I loved the first Fable. I liked the second Fable, but I didn't love it as much as the first one. And which started to slowly show the decline of Lionhead until they eventually
Mm.
went out of business. Um, then I have Soul Calibur 4 because I played that's like my first. I want to say that's my first Soul Calibur game I played ever, and fell in love with the. Yeah, I don't play a lot of fighting games other than like Mortal Kombat and shit, and those are pretty fun. But like, I fell in love with Soul Calibur for some reason and played the shit out of it. Then Battlefield Bad Company, played the ever living fuck out of Bad Company and
Mhm.
enjoyed every minute of it. Next up, Lost Odyssey came on fucking like 6 discs or whatever for the Xbox exclusive, and I'm like, I'd play this game today if they had like a PC version or like a sequel. I don't know why they haven't done
Yeah.
one yet. The next one's an odd one, but I have Civilization Revolution on here. This was a Civ game, but it was on console, and it was fantastic. Like, I played so much of Civilization Revolution that it was crazy how much I played this game, dude. Like no joke. To this day, I will stand by and say it is one of the absolute best Civ games. And it wasn't even a PC one. It was one that was like on Xbox and like the Nintendo DS. Like it was
Mm.
fantastic. Um, and then I have Command and Conquer Red Alert 3. Man, did I want this to be good, and man, was it average. But it's on the list because it's Command and Conquer, and
Yeah. Of course.
and playing enjoyed
Man,
it and played it.
yeah. I mean, even though it wasn't as good, you still enjoyed it.
Still enjoyed it. Still had a good time with it. Just we got Tim Curry going spice out of it, so that's something. It's
Spice.
spice. Um, and then last but not least, Spore, which was like supposed to be the next big thing and was the next big nothing. But I liked it. I had fun with it. I didn't understand all the hate that it got at the time, but I liked Spore.
I
Um,
remember like I never played Sport, but I remember like really wanting to play it back then. I was like, man, I want to make my own stupid ass monsters or whatever. Like I don't know, like it intrigued the creative side of me back in the day. I never played
right.
it, but I remember always wanting to, and I just never got it, dude.
The army of dick monsters. The idea of it was like it was you would meet other people's not monsters or creatures throughout the world and stuff. So
Yeah.
it was cool for a little while. Then it kind of got repetitive after a while though. All right, we're at the final year, 2009. I will
Yes,
start us off
sir.
here with my top
Get us going
three.
with the last one. Yep.
At number 3 of 2009, I have Assassin's Creed 2. Ezio's story is my favorite out of all the Assassin's Creeds. Like, um, I could still go back and play those games, the Assassin's Creed 2 and like the Ezio games, and love them. I think 2 has the absolute best theme, like Ezio's theme and his family theme, and like
Yeah.
I absolutely will. I'll fight anybody that says that's not the best Assassin's Creed theme because it absolutely the fuck is. Uh, Number 2, I have Warhammer 40k Dawn of War 2. Dawn of War. Now this is Dawn of War, but it takes on a little bit more XCOM style, where you are the commander of the Warhammer of the Space Marines, and are leading them to try to survive a Tyranid invasion and stuff. It's really fun, really cool. And last but not least, at number 1 is Dragon Age Origins. BioWare fanboy, expectations met, fell in love with the new franchise. This game was awesome. It's still awesome, still worth playing today, although I do wish they'd do kind of like what they did with Mass Effect and do a remaster of it and its expansions and stuff. But tactical role playing game where you pick a race and a class, and some of them have different starts. Like if you're playing a human, you play a human. If you're a warrior or a rogue, you play a human noble. If you play a human mage, you start in like this temple or tower thing. If you're a dwarf, you're a member of the royal family, but you can also be a dwarf that's like in the scum underbelly. Like the game had so many different starts that you wanted to just restart and see how the opening was, and it changed, and things would change throughout the game based on those stuff. Love Dragon Age Origins. So those are my top 3 for '09. Daniel, what do you got?
Cool. My top 3 games of 2009 are number 3, The Saboteur. I fucking love this game,
Oh
dude.
man, I never played it, but I wanted to so bad.
Oh, it's so cool, dude. I didn't play it in '09. I played it a couple years afterwards. But what a fun game, dude. Pandemic EA game. I really had such a fun time with this one, man. This was an awesome, awesome game, dude. It was an action adventure open world game uh in Nazi occupied France and during World War II. And like the game is like black and white, but as you uncover more territory, it starts to gain color. And I don't know, I really had such a fun time with this game, man. Like it's so cool. Because I remember when I got this game at the time, I was looking for all these like different open world games that I could play on my PS3. And I remember because I played Mafia 2 and this one around the same time. And I just love the shit out of both of those games. I think Saints Row 2 as well. Like I got Saints Row 2, Mafia 2, and like this game, Saboteur, all around the same time. And because I was just in an open world, you know, action adventure kind of mood, So I played all these at the same time, and I loved them all. They were all really good. And yeah, this one's fun, man. I wish they would. I don't know if it's available anywhere, like on PC or anything like that, but it's cool, man. I definitely, if you have a chance of playing this game, I 100% recommend it. It was a good time, man. It was a really fun game. So yeah, Saboteur, awesome game. I wish they would have done like a sequel or something because it was a really cool game. Anyway, Saboteur is my number 3. Number 2 for 2009 for me is Assassin's Creed 2. Again, I think like Josh, Assassin's Creed 2 is probably my favorite of the Assassin's Creed games that I've played at least up until this point. Ezio is the best assassin by far, in my opinion. His score and or his themes and everything are awesome. The music and it's just it all works in so well. And I remember just loving that game at the time, and it was just yeah, the best of the Assassin's Creed up until this point for me that I've played. Because I mean, I've only played the first 4. I'll get to the other ones eventually, but you know, the ones that I played, that's kind of my my favorite one. And then my number 1 game of the year for 2009. Josh was talking about how he got into a clan playing Battlefront. I got into a clan playing this game. 2009, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Oh my god. This game, dude, I remember like being in school at the time, and like while I'm in school, I'd be talking to dudes like, "Yo, we're gonna play after school, right? Like we're gonna play. You get home, you gonna play. I'm gonna hop on. You gonna hop on. Like dude, we have like it. I was like deep into that shit back in those days, man. We're talking like 360 no scope bullshit. We're talking like getting in clans and like running all kinds of all that madness back at the time when that was a thing. I was in that, dude. It was nuts, man. So yeah, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. That was like the best I've ever been in like an FPS game was probably that game. I was tearing shit up in those days, man. Oh my god, it was so good, dude. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy. But yeah, I was destroying people back in those days during that game. But that's my top 3. Josh,
Hell yeah.
let's cap off your top 3, man.
The honorable mentions I have for '09 are, and to finish us out,
Yeah.
or finish me out for this portion rather, are Empire, Total War, total. As you can see, there's a theory. The Total War I think is on here more than anything else because there's so many
Yeah.
different ones and I played them all. Um, Next up at number 5, 5 is not really numbered. It's just how I have them written down. I have Torchlight. I played Torchlight with a friend, and enjoyed the shit out of it. So played a lot of that. And last but not least, I have The Sims 3 because I was addicted to this. Every time a Sims game came out, I was addicted to them, man. I don't know why. It's so fun to play somebody else's life, but man, it is sometimes. um. So yeah, those are my honorable mentions. What are your honorable mentions, Daniel?
My honorable mentions for the last year of our list here. I have at number 1 for my honorable mentions, Uncharted 2: Among Thieves. Probably my favorite Uncharted game. It's either that or 4. But anyway, top tier game right there. Resident Evil 5. I played the shit out of that game, man. Co-op, single player. That's probably one of my. It might be my favorite Resident Evil game just because of how much I played it. Like I played it so damn much. Anyway, Lord of the Rings Conquest. I don't know if anybody remembers this game, but Lord of the Rings Conquest was the Battlefront style Lord of the Rings game. It was made
Mm-hmm.
by the same people, Pandemic, and it was fun, man. I remember playing that. Good stuff. I still have it. in my PS3 game pile. Batman Arkham Asylum, good stuff, good game. Really enjoyed that one. Ghostbusters the video game, I played that only like a couple years ago, but for the first time, but it came out in 09 and it was good. I like it. Definitely captured the spirit of Ghostbusters and all that. Another game that I didn't play till years later, but Left 4 Dead 2 definitely belongs in the honorable mentions. Minecraft, because I still play it to this day, even though I didn't play it back then. I didn't play Minecraft until more recently, as within the past couple years. So even though it came out in 09 and I didn't play it then, I played it more recently. It still came out then, so I included. Borderlands, the original, honorable mention. I prefer Borderlands 2, but Borderlands is in here because it came out this year and I like it. So there you go. Halo 3 ODST. Josh and I only recently played through this like very recently, but it came out this year in 09 and it was fun. Brutal Legend. That game I remember was a crazy thing at the time. Star Wars The Clone Wars Republic Heroes was like a game I played on the PSP, and it's fine, it's a decent little game, but yeah. And then the last two games on here are honorable mentions that I have not played yet, but I always wanted to, and I want to at some point. But number one, Afro Samurai, which I played a little bit of. I played like a demo of it, I think maybe back in the day, but I never played the whole game. And then the last one on here is probably a game that I'll end up playing this year. Dragon Age Origins.
Oh yeah.
I'll probably end up playing that at some point this year, but I have it in my honorable mentions because I haven't yet. So there you go. And that is our list. Those are our games of the decade from 1999 to 2009. What do you
It's
guys think?
done. It's over.
Do you guys have any same games in common as us? Do you have what are your honorable mentions? What are your top threes for each year? Let me know. Let us know in the comments. Hit us up on
Yeah.
this on the YouTube, on the Discord, on Twitter. Let me know. I'm curious what your guys' favorite games were from 99 to 09. So yeah. But there it is. We did it. We did another one. This is another long episode. It was a fun one to do. It was interesting coming up with this list, looking back at all the games that have been out during this time, and like trying to plot down where you want to put them. But yeah, I think though that'll wrap us up for the
And
day.
that's gonna do it,
Any,
guys.
yeah. Anything else, Josh? Any goodbyes to the peoples?
Let us do our shout outs. Let's do that. How about? Because I don't have any more things to say other than I'm losing my voice. So let's do that. Daniel, you are up first.
Thank you for watching or listening to this video. Josh and I are gonna be streaming some more Dying Light this week, so come check us out live over on our channels on Twitch. He'll be streaming on his, I'll be streaming on mine. I'm uploading these videos onto YouTube as well for the playthrough. Yeah, go and check that out because it's been good stuff. Yeah, I look forward to playing some more of that. I look forward to watching more Ozark and TV shows and then movies in general. But yeah, that'll do it for now. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you guys next week. Bye now.
Hi guys. Thanks everybody for watching. I know it was a long one. We're clocking in, and I'll just go ahead and tell you how long it's been. 4 hours and 19 minutes. One of the longest shows we've had in a while. But yeah, I hope you had a lot of fun with the stuff we were talking about. Make sure to come back next week where we have another show planned for y'all. And I'm also apologies for this. I've ran out of energy the last hour, because the damn this is a long not a long show, but the booster shot is kicking my ass is what I'm trying to say. Um, Make sure to come by for the Dying Light stuff tomorrow. Follow us on all the things below. I would raid somebody, but I'm so tired. I'm just gonna hop off. So, we will see you all next time. Bye bye.